Our Journal of the Pilgrims at Plymouth, Mort's Relation. Plantation settled at Plymouth in New England by certain English adventurers, both merchants and others. Edited from the original printing of 1622, with introduction and notes, by Dwight Heath, illustration. The American Experience Series consulting editor. A relation or journal of the English plantation settled at Plymouth in New England by certain English adventurers, both merchants and others, a journal of the Pilgrims at Plymouth. Mort's Relation, a relation or journal of the English. Library of Congress Catalogue Card. Henry Bamford, Parks Current, Books, New York, Dwight B. Heath has done extensive ethnographic fieldwork among various Indian tribes in Bolivia, Guatemala, Mexico, and the United States, the course of earning his A.B. at Harvard College and Ph.D. at Yale. No, 62,17,660. As assistant professor of anthropology at Brown University, one of his subsidiary interests is ethnohistory, analyzing historical sources from anthropological perspectives. Copyright 1963. Mort's Relation, New York 3, N.Y. Contents, Editor's Introduction. Dwight B. Heath, the cover illustration. Pilgrims Going to Church by George H. Borton, 1867, is from the Robert L. Stewart collection of the New York Historical Society, and reproduced with their kind permission. The American Experience Series, published by Corinth Books, Inc., 32 West 8th Street, New York 11, N.Y., distributed by the Citadel Press, 222 Park Avenue South, New York 3, N.Y., printed in USA by Noble Offset Printers, Inc. To his much respected friend, Mr. Eyes P3, to the reader. 9. A relation or journal of the proceedings of the plantation settled at Plymouth in New England. 6. Certain useful advertisements sent in a letter written by a discreet friend unto the planters in New England, at their first setting sail from Southampton, who earnestly desireth the prosperity of that their new plantation. 15. A journey to Pocanoket, the habitation of the great King Massasoit, as also our message, the answer and entertainment we had of him. 60. A voyage made by 10 of our men to the kingdom of Nauset, to seek a boy that had lost himself in the woods, with such accidents as befell us in that voyage. 81 reasons and considerations touching the lawfulness of removing out of England into the parts of America. 77. A letter sent from New England to a friend in these parts, setting forth a brief and true declaration of the worth of that plantation, as also certain useful directions for such as intend a voyage into those parts. 69. A journey to the kingdom of Namasket, in defence of the great King Massasoit against the Narragansetts, and to revenge the supposed death of our interpreter, Squanto. 73. A relation of our voyage to the Massachusetts, and what happened there. 88 illustrations, photographs from Plymouth Plantation, 1 pound. The Mayflower. The Shallop. 2. 3. Indian Wigwam. 4. 5. Constructing a house at Plymouth. Pilgrim House in winter. 6. 7. A Pilgrim Family. The first Thanksgiving. 8 all. Pilgrims Going to Church. Background. Samuel de Champlain's Map of Plymouth Harbour, d'Itineraire. Captain John Smith's Map of New England. Lettres, facsimile of original title, page 87, editus. Introduction. The coming of the Pilgrims and their establishment of the Plymouth Plantation is one of the great adventures in the American experience. The glory, as usual, exists mostly in retrospect. Still, it is a story full of glory and of tragedy, which deserves a wider public. This book is the earliest published account of that adventure, a day-by-day journal written in a simple, forceful manner by men who took part in it. The story is familiar, and deceptively familiar, in that portions of it have undergone a complex process of transformation and emerge as modern myths in our national folklore. The separatists had already shown the courage of their convictions in defying both church and state by worshipping in their own way in England. They had finally been driven to take refuge in Holland, the only European nation where they could then enjoy complete religious tolerance. After 12 years of poverty and social isolation in Amsterdam and Leiden, the self-styled saints too sought the New World largely as a land of economic opportunity, where they hoped to start afresh. Similar motives undoubtedly moved the strangers, the motley group of fellow travellers who joined the party at Plymouth, England, and doubled their numbers. The strangers were loyal to the Church of England, as were the few indentured servants and hired men, who soon comprised a dissident faction. They cared no more for freedom of conscience than did Merchant Adventurers, a joint stock company of about 70 London businessmen who sponsored the plantation only as a commercial venture likely to yield high profits. Some have read the Mayflower Compact as the glorious cornerstone of American democracy, but it seems hardly revolutionary in context here where it first appeared in print. The fact that the Pilgrims enjoyed warm relations with some Indians is also much to their credit, but it may reflect the charity of the Indians, at least as much as their own benevolence. Still, one cannot belittle the achievement of these simple people. They consistently showed resourcefulness in coping with new problems, and courage in the face of danger. The greatest glory of the Pilgrims may well have been the ardent faith and dogged persistence which saw them through great tragedy. Although there is little talk of tragedy in this volume, we know that more than half of the original party died during the first year at Plymouth. Considering their primitive living conditions, it is a wonder that so many did survive the general sickness while wading to and from the shallop, and working hard to develop new skills in the harsh and alien environment of a strenuous New England, Winter. Another tragedy is only presaged here in the white man's facile rationalization of his usurpation of lands which had long been used by Indians. Within the span of a single lifetime, the indigenous peoples were dispossessed, and their way of life did not long survive after the mutually debilitating King Philip's War. The tragedy and the glory of Pilgrims and Indians alike emerge in a careful reading of this journal. About the book, it is a primary source for American history in that critical period when a beachhead of Anglo culture was established in the New World. Any good book must mean many things to many readers, and this journal offers more than just reflections of past glories and intimations of great tragedy. There is no question of the book's essential authenticity, and most of it has the flavour of having been written on the spot at the time. In this volume are the earliest accounts of the Mayflower Compact, the establishment of a community which has become focal in our national heritage, the signing of this country's first Mutual Security Pact, and the famous First Thanksgiving. The protagonists quietly suppressed an impending mutiny, even before they landed. This sense of immediacy also enhances the value of the journal as a well-written story of true adventure. While exploring the unknown wastes of Cape Cod, they conducted archaeological excavations before they had a roof over their heads. They were attacked by Indians, and yet persisted, built their homes in a foreign land, and soon travelled freely among the natives. This is high adventure indeed. Political implications are of some importance too. Within less than a week of their first conversation with an Indian, the Pilgrims signed an enduring peace treaty with Massasoit, a leader of the neighbouring Wampanoags. A year later, they enjoyed trading relations and military alliance with many other Indian groups. The journal may also be viewed as a valuable ethnographic document. The passengers on the Mayflower are famous for their founding of a civil body, politic, to enact, constitute, and frame such just and equal laws, ordinances, acts, and offices from time to time as shall be thought most meet and convenient for the general good of the colony. We are indebted to the authors of this journal for a wealth of information about such patterns during the brief period before they disappeared forever. The Pilgrims were obliged to work out a modus vivendi with these tall and proper men, whose dress seemed outlandish, whose foods were strange, and whose customs were curious enough to deserve description. Although previous sporadic contacts by explorers and traders had yielded some impressionistic descriptions, the Pilgrims were the first Europeans to be in close and sustained contact with the Indians of southern New England. At first they expected only hostility from the savages, but it was not long before they found valuable helpers in Squanto and Samoset, both of whom had learned already some English when they were kidnapped and sold as slaves by English traders. Mention of the threat of mutiny explodes the hoary myth of dedicated unity of purpose among all members of the party. Just as we can learn much about the Indians from this book, We can also gain rich insights into the character of the Pilgrims themselves. The bravery of the Pilgrims emerges in bold relief, as does their readiness to rob the graves of Indians. There are many aspects of the native ways of life of which the Pilgrims were unaware, and others which they treated with only tantalizing brevity, but a wealth of irreplaceable ethnographic data in this volume serves to illuminate our fragmentary understanding of coastal Algonquian cultures. In light of this text, their industriousness cannot be doubted. Flashes of humour occur, and their strong sense of being a chosen people is clearly manifest in recurrent references to a felicitous divine providence. Human interest is not lacking either. We can imagine the chagrin of William Bradford unwittingly caught up in a deer snare, just as we can sympathize with the consternation created when a prankish boy fired his father's musket in a ship's cabin where open kegs of gunpowder lay about. Within this brief but diverse book there is also a pervasive mystery, for no one knows who wrote it. It is easy to feel for the old Indian woman, whom we judged to be no less than 100 years old, who wept because she was deprived of the comfort of her children in her old age, when Captain Hunt kidnapped her 3 sons. The book has become known as Mort's Relation, but it is not the unitary effort of a single man. 5 of the 10 chapters have bylines, and Mort's contribution is almost the briefest of the 10. And how his playmates must have envied the boy who was lost on Cape Cod and was returned by the Nauset Indians, behung with beads. The mystery deepens when we confess not knowing much about the man named Mort. Perhaps the most fruitful way to approach the problem is through a discussion of the several components of the book. It opens with a dedicatory letter of transmittal to his much-respected friend. This is a form of profuse and discursive acknowledgment typical of the time. The dedication is signed R.G., which I assume to be a misprint for the initials of Robert Cushman. The fact that misprints are frequent throughout the rest of the book suggests the possibility of reference to Cushman, who is the person most likely to have drafted such a letter. It seems to have been appended by an associate of the settlers, whose concern was but the recommendation of the relation itself to a distinguished member of the merchant adventurers who had sponsored the Mayflower voyage. The only member of the party at Plymouth with initials R.G. was Richard Gardner, an undistinguished stranger who stayed only briefly and took little part in the venture. Appended at the end of the volume is another chapter which I attribute to Cushman. The manuscript of the relations must have been carried back to England with him on the Fortune in December of 1621. As a deacon of the Leyden congregation, who also served as their business agent, he was instrumental in securing English permission for removal to the New World, and, after having had to turn back on the unseaworthy Speedwell, he continued negotiations with the merchant adventurers, while the Mayflower sailed on to Plymouth. Visiting the plantation on the second ship, Fortune, he delivered the patent which confirmed their legal right to settle there, together with a stringent contract from the sponsors, which he finally induced the Pilgrims to sign after preaching a pointed sermon on the dangers of self-love. Among the prefatory letters is one containing certain useful advertisements and signed I.R. A long exposition of reasons and considerations touching the lawfulness of removing out of England into the parts of America. Signed R.C. is a thinly veiled promotional tract organized like a sermon, which cites Scripture to justify a plantation, and to persuade others to follow. 4. The letter may have been appended to this book, especially to serve as a model of morality for those strangers, who might hopefully be induced to emigrate and join the party at Plymouth. We are told that this letter of advice concerning man's proper relation with God and with his fellow men was written by a discreet friend unto the planters in New England at their first setting sail from Southampton. This unfeigned well-willer is most likely John Robinson, pastor of the expatriate separatist congregation in Leyden, and hence understandably solicitous for the welfare of the Pilgrims, and also in a position to proffer such counsel. 5 relations constitute the major portion of the book, and none of these is signed. Nin, of a peace treaty with Massasoit. A second deals with a journey to Pokanoket, and describes further friendly dealings with the Wampanoag Indians. The next treats a voyage to the kingdom of Nauset to seek a boy that had lost himself in the woods. The first and longest, on the proceedings of the plantation, begins with the departure from Plymouth, England, and recounts events of the next 6 months, including the voyage, the signing of the compact, the several discoveries, the choice of a site and the building there, as well as early contacts with the Indians, culminating in the says. According to the dedicatory letter, these vivid reports were writ by the several actors themselves after their plain and rude manner. An account of a journey to Namaskit shows how the Pilgrims sought to defend their Indian allies against the hostile Narragansetts, and a relation of our voyage to the Massachusetts describes the expansion of trade relations to the north. It is almost certain that the principal author was Edward Winslow, although it is generally believed that William Bradford also had a hand in the effort. Both of these men were among the few who were prominent in the affairs of the plantation, and they, too, are the only ones of the first party who obviously enjoyed writing. Winslow's Good News from New England. London, 1624, continued the narrative of the plantation from the time when this volume left off, and is markedly similar in style. Mort's relation to which this could refer. Bradford's manuscript history. In his Good News, Winslow mentions descriptions of aspects of Indian culture which were prepared by myself and others in former letters, which came to the press against my will and knowledge. I know of no publication other than ours. Of Plymouth Plantation. Mort's relation, together with discursive classical allusions and philosophic ruminations. His treatment of the first year at Plymouth is a curious combination, consisting largely of passages identical with those in it. First published in Boston, 1856, has become the principal source on the Pilgrim experience, although he could hardly be said to claim priority when he first began these scribbled writings, which was about the year 1630, and so pieced up at times of leisure afterward. Bradford's style generally tends to be more analytic than descriptive, and the specificity of detail which makes this text such a rich source material for the historian and ethnographer rarely occurs elsewhere in Bradford's work. Mort's relation. He freely adopted material from other sources. It is entirely within the realm of possibility that he may have incorporated in his manuscript the work of others as it had appeared in it. The ensuing letter sent from New England, setting forth the worth of that plantation, follows the 5 narrative relations closely in style, and is signed by E. As contented here as in any part of the world. He also includes some very specific suggestions concerning the practical needs of those who might choose to come. It is almost certainly Winslow who here sounds vaguely like a 20th century Florida real estate agent when he describes the first Thanksgiving as indicating the richness of the land. Have here enjoyed, and if we have once but kine, horses, and sheep, I make no question but men might live. And what was Mort's contribution to the book which has been linked with his name by historians, librarians, and bibliographers since Prince V first invented the convenient title, Mort's relation, as a substitute for the cumbersome original? A brief foreword, or introduction, to the reader, is all that we must credit to the signer, 1 G. Mort. It may have been he who was responsible for bringing to press this collection of papers, hoping of a cheerful proceeding, both of adventurers and planters, but scholars still do not know who he was. He explicitly denied authorship of the narratives, these relations coming to my hand from my both known and faithful friends, on whose writings I do much rely. I thought it not amiss to make them more general. It is suggested that he had at some time been associated with the authors of the relations, whom he called my both known and faithful friends. It is also suggested that he had long hoped to emigrate to the New World, as myself then much desired, and shortly hope to effect, if the Lord will, the putting to of my shoulder in this hopeful business. These criteria clearly apply to Robert Cushman, who, as we have seen, was a person who might appropriately have introduced such a book. As it is, however, one must attempt to account for the discrepancy in name if he suggests that it may have been Morton who wrote it. It is easy to suggest that the use of Mort for Morton could have been merely another of the many misprints in the book. If no more than the initials had been given in the signature to the introduction, as was the case in every other portion of the volume affair, would be little hesitation to identify the author as George Morton. The specifications also apply to another member of the Leyden congregation, who was active in negotiating with the merchant adventurers until he did sail to Plymouth on the first ship bound for the plantation after the book was printed. At least as plausible, however, is the suggestion that it may have been a pseudonym. It is not difficult to imagine why there might have been some attempt to conceal the fact if Morton had been intimately involved in the preparation and promulgation of the book. A printer might have been reluctant to publish a document written by separatists unless it carried an introduction by an apparently disinterested party. In a period of strict royal control of the press in England, William Brewster of the Leyden congregation had already incurred the wrath of King James by printing an outspoken opposition tract, Perth Assembly, Leyden, 1619, so that any writings by his friends and associates might logically also be suspect. Furthermore, the fact that, in such an effort to excite more prospective settlers, it would have been sound public relations to minimize the degree of identification between the plantation and the saints who were popularly scorned as heretics and criminals. Another possibility must be mentioned. Mort's relation is essentially a promotional effort is clearly implied in the phrasing of the original title, describing the safe arrival of the English planters and their joyful building of and comfortable planting themselves in the now defended town of New Plymouth. I am only half joking when I suggest that at least this portion of the mystery remains. Mort's relation may actually have been written by someone named G. Mort, of whom we know nothing else. One of the delights of historical research is the fact that one always raises more questions than he can answer. So, Mort's relation is clearly a book which offers different meanings to every reader. A note on this edition. I hope that this edition may reach a broad audience and increase popular understanding of a neglected portion of the American experience. The eloquent English language of the period is familiar to us all through the King James Version of the Bible or the works of Shakespeare, and I have scrupulously left each word intact. The text, then, is reproduced verbatim, including marginalia, chapter headings and running heads, altered only by the use of modern orthography for the sake of clarity. My intention is to provide the contemporary reader with an appreciation of this exciting book as it was received by an eager and curious public when it was first published almost 3.5 centuries ago. In keeping with this aim, the entire text is included here, in the order of the original 6, so that the authors may speak forcefully and directly to the reader of today. I have introduced only uniform spelling, punctuation, and paragraphing, structural niceties which were of no concern to authors or printers until late in the 18th century. I have deliberately avoided distracting the reader from the original text by introducing a minimum of footnotes. Some annotation seems indispensable for understanding the work of another age, but this edition does not bear the tender burden of scholarly disquisition. Modern equivalents are given for archaic words and place names, and I have offered brief explanations of a few outdated allusions. Dates are retained as in the original, so that 10 days must be added to any date given in the text in order to fit it into the modern Gregorian calendar, which was not adopted by England and her colonies until 1752. In the exacting task of collating this text with the original, I was helped by my friend and colleague, Anna May Cooper. Lucille Hanna first introduced me to the excitement of history, and J. L. Giddings pointed out the ethnographic value of Mort's relation. We worked in the John Carter Brown Library, where Thomas R. Adams kindly put excellent facilities at our disposal, including the library's copy of the first edition of the book, as well as the Smith and Champlain maps. Miss Rose T. Briggs, director of Pilgrim Hall, shared her enthusiasm and broad knowledge of the Pilgrims. P. Lawrence Cowter, David Freeman, Arthur G. Pyle, Muriel Stefani, and the entire staff of Plymouth Plantation were helpful in many ways, and the corporation generously provided the photographs. Mrs. N. MacDonald typed from a difficult manuscript. The title page, ornamental letters, and top-page designs are reproduced from a copy of the original, now in possession of the Rhode Island Historical Society. H. Harbour. Although the Pilgrims were the first Europeans to establish a permanent colony in northeastern North America, they did not come to an unknown land. As early as 1605, Samuel de Champlain had mapped Plymouth harbour in the course of a 3-year expedition, during which he explored the coast from Nova Scotia to Martha's Vineyard. An adventure such as this rightfully belongs to all who would chase rainbows. Dwight B. Heath, Brown University, Providence, R.I. Samuel de Champlain's map of Plymouth. The quality of his detailed and accurate observations on the land and people appears in this map and in his notes on the visit. He came to us 2 or 3 years which are fishing for numbers. They gave me one of their hooks, which I took out of curiosity. The hole has a fang shape, and the line attached to it is made out of the bark of a tree. These they catch with hooks made of a piece of wood, to which they attach a bone in the shape of a spear, and fasten it very securely. In it the bone was fastened on by hemp, like that in France, as it seemed to me, and they told me that they gathered this plant without being obliged to cultivate it, and indicated that it grew to a height of 4 or 5 feet. We saw 18 or 20 savages who came to the shore and began to dance. Our canoe landed in order to give them some bagatelles, at which they were greatly pleased. This canoe went back on shore to give notice to their fellow inhabitants, who caused columns of smoke to arise on our account. Some of them came to us and begged us to go to their river. I went ashore, where I saw many others, who received us very cordially. I made also an examination of the river, but saw only an arm of water extending a short distance inland, where the land is only in part cleared. We weighed anchor to do so, but were unable to enter on account of the small amount of water, it being low tide, and were accordingly obliged to anchor at the mouth. Running into this is merely a brook not deep enough for boats except at full tide. The circuit of the bay is about a league. On the other side the land is high. On one side of the entrance to this bay there is a point which is almost an island, covered with wood, principally pines, and adjoins sandbanks, which are very extensive. This place is very conspicuous from the sea, for the coast is very low, excepting the cape at the entrance to the bay. There are 2 islets in this bay, which are not seen until one has entered, and around which it is almost entirely dry at low tide. We named it the Port du Cap Pont, St. Louis d'Orteri. Captain John Smith's map of New England. Illustration: map reproduced is a copy from a first edition of Les Voyages du Sieur de Champlain, Paris, 1613, now in possession of the John Carter Brown Library. The Pilgrims were familiar with Captain John Smith's account of a voyage in which he had surveyed the coast from Cape Cod to Penobscot Bay in 1614. He had even offered his services as guide and military captain, but Miles Standish got the job. Undoubtedly, they did bring with them his description of New England, London, 1616, in which the following map was published. Captain Smith, who had already gained some fame and fortune in Virginia, dedicated to Prince Charles this effort in which the term New England first appeared. It being my chance to range some other parts of America, whereof I here present your Highness the description in a map, my humble suit in original, sure as you would please to change. Their barbarous names for such English, as posterity may say, Prince Charles was their godfather. Several English place names were incorporated in the map, but posterity disregarded most of them, a noteworthy exception being Plymouth. The map was subsequently reissued in several other works by Smith, additions being made on the engraved copper plate from time to time to indicate more recent discoveries and settlements. Smith notes that the Indians called the site Carleon, Accomac, an excellent good harbour, good land, and no want of anything but industrious people, recalling that, after much kindness, upon a small occasion we fought also with 40 or 50 of those Indians. Though some were hurt and some slain, yet within an hour after they became friends. Illustration: map. The note concerning Smith's death was written in ink by a previous owner of this copy. The copy reproduced here is from a first edition, now in possession of the John Carter Brown Library. Obviously the representations of European-style buildings were as inappropriate as were the illustrations of monsters, introduced by imaginatively artistic cartographers. Illustration: facsimile of title, page A, Relation or Journal of the Beginning and Proceedings of the English Plantation, settled at a Plymouth in New England by certain English adventurers, both merchants and others. N.T.E. I. With their difficult passage, their safe arrival, their joyful building of, and comfortable planting themselves in the now well-defended town of New Plymouth, as also relation of 4, severation of 4, discoveries since made by some of the same English planters there reside. In the journey to Pokanoket, the habitation of the Indians' greatest King Massasoit, as also their message, the answer and entertainment they had of him, Todd Toddy. In a voyage made by 10 of them to the kingdom of Norset, to seek a boy that had lost himself in the wood, with such accidents as befell them in that voyage, in their journey to the kingdom of Namasket, in defence of their greatest King Massasoit, against the Narragansetts, and to revenge the supposed death of their interpreter Squanto, their voyage to the Massachusetts, and their entertainment there, with an answer to all such objections as are any way made against the lawfulness of English plantations in those parts. 1622. London, printed for John Bellamy, and are to be sold at his shop at the 2 Greyhounds in Cornhill, near the Royal Exchange. Illustration. Decorative border to his much respected friend, Mr. IC7. That behalf, all of us are tied to dedicate our best service unto them, 8, as those under his Majesty, that we owe it unto, whose noble endeavours in these their actions the God of heaven and earth multiply to his glory and their own eternal comforts. As for this poor relation, I pray you to accept it, as being writ by the several actors themselves, after their plain and rude manner. Therefore doubt nothing of the truth thereof. Illustration. Illuminated capital good friend, as we cannot but account it an extraordinary blessing of God in directing our course for these parts after we came out of our native country, for that we had the happiness to be possessed of lives. Comforts we receive by the benefit of one of the most pleasant, most healthful, and most fruitful parts of the world. So must we acknowledge the same blessing to be multiplied upon our whole company, for that we obtain the honour to receive allowance and approbation of our free possession and enjoying thereof, under the authority of those thrice honoured persons, the President and Council for the affairs of New England, by whose bounty and grace if it satisfy those that are well affected to the business, it is all I care for. If it be defective in anything, it is their ignorance, that are better acquainted with planting than writing. Sure I am the place we are in, and the hopes that are apparent cannot but suffice any that will not desire more than enough. Neither is there want of aught among us but company to enjoy the blessings so plentifully bestowed upon the inhabitants that are here, whose in New England. While I was writing this, I almost forgot that I had but the recommendation of the relation itself to your further consideration, and therefore I will end without saying more, save that I shall always rest yours in the way of friendship, RG9, from Plymouth. Illustration. Decorative border to the reader illustration. Illuminated capital courteous reader, be entreated to make a favourable construction of my forwardness in publishing these ensuing discourses. Enterprise for plantation in New England to set afoot and prosecute the same. The desire of carrying the gospel of Christ into those foreign parts, amongst those people that as yet have had no knowledge nor taste of God, as also to procure unto themselves and others a quiet and comfortable habitation, amongst other things, the inducements unto these undertakings of the then hopeful, and now experimentally known good hope of the accomplishment of both those ends by them at first propounded. And though it fared with them, as it is common to the most actions of this nature, that the first attempts proved difficult, as the sequel more at large expresseth, yet it hath pleased God, even beyond our expectation in so short a time, to give hope of letting some of them see, though some he hath taken out of this vale of Tierston some grounds o'erhead. Infant, the extent and commodities whereof are as yet not fully known, after time will unfold more, and as myself then much desired, and shortly hope to effect, if the Lord will, the putting to of my shoulder in this hopeful business, and in the meantime these relations coming to my hand from my both known and faithful friends, on whose writings I dare but do much rely. I thought it not amiss to make them more general, hoping of a cheerful proceeding. Tiers of adventurers and planters, entreating that the example of the Honourable Virginia and Bermudas companies, encountering with so many disasters, and that for divers years together, with an unwearied resolution, the good effects whereof are eminent, may prevail as a spur of preparation, also touching this no less hopeful country, though yet Anne earnestly desireth the prosperity of that their new plantation, and of our sovereign Lord King James, and the good and profit of those who, either by purse or person or both, are agents in the same. So I take leave and rest. Such as desire to take knowledge of things may inform themselves by this ensuing treatise, and, if they please, also by such as have been there a first and second time. 11. My hearty prayer to God is that the event of this, and all other honourable and honest undertakings, may be for the furtherance of the kingdom of Christ, the enlarging of the bee. Thy friend G. Mort, 12 illustration, decorative border, certain useful advertisements sent in a letter written by a discreet friend, unto the planters in New England, at their first setting sail from Southampton, who, illustration, illuminated capital loving and Christian friends. T, by strong necessity, held back for the present. Make account of me in the meanwhile, as of a man divided in myself with great pain, and as natural bonds set aside, having my better part with you. I do heartily, and in the Lord salute you all, as being they with whom I am present in my best affection, and most earnest longings after you, though I be constrained for a while to be bodily absent from you. I say constrained, God knowing how hard. Willingly and much rather than otherwise, I would have borne my part with you in this first brunt, where I know. And though I doubt not that in your godly wisdoms you both foresee and resolve upon that which concerneth your present state and condition, both severally and jointly, yet have I thought but my duty to add some further spur of provocation unto them, who run already, if not because you need it, yet because I owe it in love and duty. And first, as we are daily to renew our repentance with our God, special for our sins known, and general for our unknown trespasses, so doth the Lord call us in a singular manner upon occasions of such difficulty and danger as lieth upon you, to a both more narrow search and careful reformation of our ways in his sight, lest he, calling to remember dangers, sweetest comforts in all distresses, with happy deliverance from all evil, whether in life or in death, thence our sins forgotten by us, or unrepented of, take advantage against us, and in judgment leave us for the same to be swallowed up in one danger or other. Whereas, on the contrary, sin being taken away by earnest repentance and pardon thereof from sin being taken away by earnest repentance and pardon. Lord, sealed up unto a man's conscience by his Spirit, great shall be his security and peace in all. And if offences, in the unseasonable use of things in themselves indifferent, be more to be feared than death itself, as the Apostle teacheth, 1 Cor. 8. Woe be unto the world for offences, for though it be necessary, considering the malice of Satan and man's corruption, that offences come, yet woe unto the man or woman, either by whom the offence cometh, saith Christ, Matt. 18:7. Now next, after this heavenly peace with God and our own consciences, we are carefully to provide for peace with all men what in us lieth, especially with our associates, and for that end watchfulness must be had, that we need neither at all in ourselves, do give no, nor easily take offence being given by others. 9:15. How much more in things simply evil, in which neither honour of God nor love of man is thought worthy to be regarded. Neither yet is it sufficient that we keep ourselves by the grace of God from giving offence, except withal we be armed against the taking of them when they are given by others. For how unperfect and lame is the work of grace in that person who wants charity to cover a multitude of offences, as the Scriptures speak. Neither are you to be exhorted to this grace only upon the common grounds of Christianity, which are, that persons ready to take offence either want charity to cover offences, or wisdom duly to weigh human frailty, or lastly are gross, so close hypocrites, as Christ our Lord teacheth, Matt 7, 123, as indeed in mine own experience few or none have been found which sooner give offence than such as easily take it, neither have they ever proved sound and profitable members in societies which have nourished in themselves that touchy humour, innately affected with them, which doth require at your hands much wisdom and charity for the covering and preventing of incident offences that way. But besides these, there are divers special motives provoking you above others to great care and conscience this way. As first, you are many of you strangers as to the persons, so to the infirmities one of another, and so stand in need of more of another, and so stand in need of watchfulness this way, lest when such things fall out in men and women as you suspected not, you be in awed. And lastly, your intended course of civil community will minister continual occasion of offence, and will be as fuel for that fire, except you diligently quench it with brotherly forbearance. Store we up therefore patience against the evil day, without which we take offence at the Lord himself in his holy and just works. And if taking offence causelessly or easily at men's doings be so carefully to be avoided, how much more heed is to be taken that we take not offence at God himself, which yet we certainly do so oft as we do murmur at his providence in our crosses, which yet we certainly do so oft as we do or bear impatiently such afflictions as wherewith he pleaseth to visit us, and the whole body in each person, as so many rebels against the common good, all private respects of men's selves, not sorting with the general conveniency. A fourth thing there is carefully to be provided for, to wit, that with your common employments you join common affections truly bent upon the general good, avoiding as a deadly plague of your both common and special comfort all retiredness of mind. For proper advantage, and all singularly affected any manner of way, let every man repress in himself, and as men are careful not to have a new house shaken with any violence before it be well settled, and the parts firmly knit, so be you, I beseech you, brethren, much more careful, that the house of God which you are and are to be not shaken with unnecessary novelties or other oppositions at the first settling thereof. Lastly, whereas you are to become a body politic, using amongst yourselves civil government, and are not furnished with any persons of special eminency above the rest, to be chosen by you into office of government, let your wisdom and godliness, appear not only in choosing such persons as do entirely love, and will diligently promote the common good, but you know better things, and that the image of the Lord's power and authority which the magistrate beareth is honourable, in how mean persons soever, but also in yielding unto them all due honour and obedience in their lawful administrations, not beholding in them the ordinariness of their persons, but God's ordinance for your good, nor being like unto the foolish multitude, who more honour the foolish multitude, who more honour the gay coat than either the virtuous mind of the man, or glorious ordinance of the Lord. And this duty you both may the more willingly, and ought the more conscionably to perform, because you are at least for the present to have only them for your ordinary governors, which yourselves shall make choice of for that work. Sundry other things of importance I could put you in mind of, and of those before mentioned in more words, but I will not so far wrong your godly minds as to think you heedless of these things, there being also divers among you so well able to admonish both themselves and others of what concerneth them. O guide and guard you in your ways, as inwardly by his Spirit, so outwardly by the hand of his power, as that both you and we also, for and with you, may have, after matter of praising his name, all the days of your and our lives. These few things, therefore, and the same in few words, I do earnestly commend unto your care and conscience, joining therewith my daily incessant prayers unto the Lord, that he who hath made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all rivers of waters, and whose providence is over all his works, especially over all his dear children for good, would say, fare you well in him, in whom you trust, and in whom I rest, an unfeigned well-willer of your happy success in this hopeful voyage, I, R13. Illustration. Decorative border, a relation or journal of the proceedings of the plantation, settled at Plymouth in New England. Aim. By break of the day we espied land which we deemed to be Cape Cod, and so afterward it proved, and the appearance of it much comforted us. especially seeing so goodly a land, and wooded to the brink of the sea. It caused us to rejoice together, and praise God that had given us once again to see land. Illustration. Illuminated Capital Wednesday, the 6th of September. The wind coming east-northeast, a fine small gale. We loosed from Plymouth, having been kindly entertained and courteously used by divers friends, their dwelling after many difficulties in boisterous storms, at length, by God's providence, upon the 9th of November follow, and thus we made our course south-southwest, purposing to go to a river 10 leagues to the south of the Cape 14. But at night, the wind being contrary, we put round again for the Bay of Cape Cod. It is a harbour wherein 1,000 sail of ships may safely ride. There was the greatest store of fowl that ever we saw, and upon the 11th of November we came to an anchor in the Bay 15, which is a good harbour and pleasant bay, circled round, except in the entrance, which is about 4 miles over from land to land, compassed about to the very sea with oaks, pines, juniper, sassafras, and other sweet wood. There we relieved ourselves with wood and water, and refreshed our people, while our shallop was fitted to coast the bay, to search for a habitation. And every day we saw whales playing hard by us, of which in that place, if we had instruments and means to take them, we might have made a very rich return, which to our great grief we wanted. Our master and his mate, and others experienced in fishing, professed we might have made 3,000 or 4,000 pounds worth of oil. They preferred it before Greenland whale fishing, and purposed the next winter to fish for whale here. For cod we essayed, but found none. There is good store, no doubt, in their season. Neither got we any fish all the time we lay there, but some few little ones on the shore. They caused to cast and scour 16, but they were soon well again. The bay is so round and circling that before we could come to anchor we went round all the points of the compass. We found great mussels, and very fat and full of sea-pearl, but we could not eat them, for they made us all sick that did eat, as well sailors as passengers. In the name of God, Amen. At our hands to this that follows word for word 18. We could not come near the shore by 3/4 of an English mile, because of shallow water, which was a great prejudice to us, for our people going on shore were forced to wade a bow-shot or two in going aland, which caused many to get colds and coughs, for it was nigh times freezing cold weather. This day before we came to harbour, observing some not well affected to unity and concord, but gave some appearance of faction. 17, it was thought good, there should be an association and agreement, that we should combine together in one body, and should submit to such government and governors as we should, by common consent, agree to make and choose, and said. We, whose names are underwritten, the loyal subjects of our dread sovereign Lord King James, by the grace of God, of Great Britain, France, and Ireland King, defender of the faith, etc., having undertaken, for the glory of God, and advancement of the Christian faith, and honour of our king and country, a voyage to plant the first colony in the northern parts of Virginia, do by these presents solemnly and mutually God and one of another covenant, and combine ourselves together into a civil body politic for our bekeep, their ordering and preservation and furtherance of the ends aforesaid, and by virtue hereof to enact, constitute, and frame such just and equal laws, ordinances, acts, constitutions, offices from time to time, as shall be thought most neat and, as shall be thought most mate and, convenient for the general good of the colony, unto which we promise all due submission and obedience. Odd, for we had none left, as also to see what the land was, and what inhabitants they could meet with, in witness whereof we have hereunder subscribed our names. Cape Cod, the 11th of November, in the year of the reign of our sovereign Lord King James, of England, France, and Ireland, 18th, and of Scotland 54th, Anno Domini 1620.19. Day, so soon as we could, we set ashore 15 or 16 men, well armed, with some to fetch woe, all for the most part open, and without underwood, fit either to go or ride in. At night our people returned, but found not any person, nor habitation, and laded their boat with juniper, which smelled very sweet and strong, and of which we burnt the most part of the time we lay there. They found it to be a small neck of land. On this side where we lay is the bay, and the further side the sea, the ground or earth, sand hills, much like the downs in Holland, but much better. Earth, all wooded with oaks, pines, sassafras, juniper, birch, holly, vines, some ash, walnut. Our people went on shore to refresh themselves, and our women to wash, as they had great need. Monday, the 13th of November, we unshipped our shallop 21, and drew her on land to mend and repair her, having been forced to cut her down in bestowing her betwixt the decks, and she was much opened with the people's lying in her 22, which kept us long in her 22, which kept us long in there, for it was 16 or 17 days before the carpenter had finished her. Carried provision, but on their backs, to see whether it might be fit for us to seat in or no, and rather because as we sailed into the harbour there seemed to be a river opening itself into the main land. Bradford, Stephen Hopkins, and Edward Tilley. But whilst we lay thus still, hoping our shallop would be ready in 5 or 6 days at the furthest, but our carpenter made slow work of it, so that some of our people, impatient of delay, desired for our better furtherance to travel by land into the Thirlwall, by land in country, which was not without appearance of danger, not having the shallop with them, nor means to. The willingness of the persons was liked, but the thing itself, in regard of the danger, was rather permitted than approved, and so with cautions, directions, and instructions, 16 men were set out with every man his musket, sword and corslet, under the conduct of Captain Miles Standish, unto whom was adjoined, for counsel and advice, William. Wednesday, the 15th of November, they were set ashore, and when they had ordered themselves in the order of a single file, and marched about the space of a mile, by the sea they espied 5 or 6 people with a dog, coming towards them, savages, who, when they saw them, ran into the wood, and whistled the dog after them, etc. But when the Indians saw our men following them, they ran away with might and main, and our men turned out of the wood after them, for it was the way they intended to go, but they could not come near them. First, they supposed them to be Master Jones, the master, and some of his men, for they were ashore, and knew of their coming. But after they knew them to be Indians, they marched after them into the woods, lest other of the Indians should lie Indian. Ambush. They followed them that night about 10 miles by the trace of their footings, and saw how they had come the same way they went, and at a turning perceived how they ran up a hill, to see whether they followed them. At length night came upon them, and they were constrained to take up their lodging, so they set forth 3 sentinels, and the rest, some kindled a fire, and others fetched wood, and there held our rendezvous that night. In the morning, so soon as we could see the trace, we proceeded on our journey, and had the track until we had compassed the head of a long creek, and there they took into another wood, and we after them, supposing to find some of their dwellings, we marched through boughs and bushes, and under hills and valleys, which tore our very armour in pieces, and yet could meet with none of them, nor their houses, nor find any fresh water, which we greatly desired, and stood in need of, for we brought neither beer nor water with us, and our victuals was only biscuit and Holland cheese, and a little biscuit and Holland cheese, and a little bottle of aquavitae, so as we were sore our thirst. About 10 o'clock we came into a deep valley, full of brush, woodgale, and long grass, through which we found little paths or tracks, and there we saw a deer, and found springs of fresh water, of which we were heartily glad, and sat us down, drunk our first New England water, with as much delight as ever we drink in all our lives. And as we went in another valley, we found a fine clear pond of fresh water, being about a musket-shot broad and twice as long. When we had refreshed ourselves, we directed our course full south, that we might come to the shore, which within a short while after we did, and there made a fire, that they in the ship might see where we were as we had direction, and so marched on, towards this supposed river. There grew also many fine vines, and fowl and deer haunted there. There grew much sassafras. 23 from thence we went on, and found much plain ground, about 50 acres, fit for the plough, and some signs where the Indians had formerly planted their corn. After this, some thought it best, for nearness of the river, to go down and travel on the sea sands, by which means some of our men were tired, and lagged behind. We, musing what it might be, digged and found a bow, and, as we thought, arrows, but they were rotten. So we stayed and gathered them up, and struck into the land again, where we found a little path to certain heaps of sand, one whereof was covered with old mats, and had a wooden thing like a mortar well made 24 on the top of it, and an earthen pot laid, and earther side like it, and an earthen pot laid in a little hole at the end thereof. We went on further, and found new stubble, of which they had gotten corn this year, and many walnut trees full of nuts, and great store of strawberries, and some vines. We supposed there were many other things, but because we deemed them graves, we put in the bow again, and made it up as it was, and left the rest untouched, because we thought it would be odious unto them to ransack their sepulchres. Passing thus a field or two, which were not great, we came to another which had also been new gotten, and there we found where a house had been, and 4 or 5 old planks laid together. Also we found a great kettle, which had been some ship's kettle, and brought out of Europe, 5, yellow and some red, and others mixed with blue, which was a very goodly sight. The basket was round and narrow at the top. It held about 3 or 4 bushels, which was as much as 2 of us could lift up from the ground, and was very handsomely and cunningly made. There was also a heap of sand, made like the former, but it was newly done. We might see how they had paddled it with their hands, which we digged up, and in it we found a little old basket full of fair Indian corn, and digged further, and found a fine great new basket full of very fair corn of this year, with some 36 goodly ears of corn, some. But whilst we were busy about these things, we set our men sentinel in a round ring, all but 2 or 3 which digged up the corn. The rest we buried again, for we were so laden with armour that we could carry no more. We were in suspense what to do with it and the kettle, and at length, after much consultation, we concluded to take the kettle and as much of the corn as we could carry away with us, and when our shallop came, if we could find any of the people, and come to parley with them, we would give them the kettle again, and satisfy them for their corn. 26. So we took all the ears, and put a good deal of the loose corn in the kettle, for 2 men to bring away on a staff. Besides, they that could put any into their pockets filled the same. Not far from this place we found the remainder of an old fort, or palisade, which, as we conceived, had been made by some Christians. This was also hard by that place which we thought had been a river, unto which we went and found it so to be, dividing itself into 2 arms by a high bank. Standing right by the cut or mouth which came from the sea, that which was next unto us was the less. The other arm was more than twice as big, and not unlike to be a harbour for ships. But whether it be a fresh river, or only an indraught of the sea, we had no time to discover, for we had commandment to be out but 2 days. Here also we saw 2 canoes, the one on the one side, the other on the other side. We could not believe it was a canoe till we came near it. Was burning. 27. It proved a very rainy night. In the morning we took our kettle and sunk it in the pond, and trimmed our muskets, for few of them would go off because of the wet, and so coasted the wood again to come home, in which we were shrewdly puzzled, and lost our way. So we returned, leaving the further discovery hereof to our shallop, and came that night back again to the fresh water pond, and there we made our rendezvous that night, making a great fire, and a barricade to windward of us, and kept good watch with us, and kept good watch with 3 sentinels all night, every one standing when his turn came, while 5 or 6 inches of match. Stephen Hopkins said it had been to catch some deer. As we wandered, we came to a tree, where a young split 28 was bowed down over a bow, and some acorns strewed underneath. So as we were looking at it, William Bradford, being in the rear, when he came, looked also upon it, and as he went about, it gave a sudden jerk up, and he was immediately caught by the leg. It was a very pretty device, made with a rope of their own making, and having a noose as artificially 29, made as any roper in England can make, and like ours as can be, which we brought away with us. So we marched some while in the woods, some while on the sands, and other while in the water up to the knees, till at length we came near the ship, and then we shot off our pieces, and the long boat came to fetch us. In the end we got out of the wood, and were fallen about a mile too high above the creek, where we saw 3 bucks, but we had rather had one of them. 30, we also did spring 3 couple of partridges, and as we came along by the creek, we saw great flocks of wild geese and ducks, but they were very fearful of us. Master Jones and Master Carver, being on the shore, with many of our people, came to meet us. This was our first discovery, whilst our shallop was in repairing, and thus we came both weary and welcome home, and delivered in our corn into the store, to be kept for seed, for we knew not how to come by any, and therefore were very glad, purposing, so soon as we could meet with any of the inhabitants of that place, to make them large satisfaction. Our people did make things as fitting as they could, and time would, in seeking out wood, and helving 31 of tools, and sawing of timber to build a new shallop. Many died. But the discommodiousness of the harbour did much hinder us, for we could neither go to nor come from the shore, but at high water, which was much to our hindrance and hurt, for oftentimes they waded to the middle of the thigh, and oft to the knees, to go and come from land. Some did it necessarily, and some for their own pleasure, but it brought to the most, if not to all, coughs and colds, the weather proving suddenly cold and stormy, which afterwards turned to the scurvy 32, whereof, when our shallop was fit indeed, before she was fully fitted, for there was 2 days' work after bestowed on her there, was appointed some 24 men of our own, and armed, then, to go and make a more full discovery of the rivers, before mentioned. Master Jones was desirous to go with us, and we took such of his sailors as he thought useful for us, so as we were in all about 34 men. We made Master Jones our leader, for we thought it best herein to gratify his kindness and forwardness. When we were set forth, it proved rough weather and cross winds, so as we were constrained, some in the shallop, and others in the long boat, to row to the nearest shore, the wind suffer them to go unto, and then to wade out above the knees. The wind was so strong as the shallop could not keep the water, but was forced to harbour there that night, but we marched 6 or 7 miles further, and appointed the shallop to come to us as soon as they could. It blowed and did snow all that day and night, and froze withal. Some of our people that are dead took the original of their death here. We landed our men between the 2 creeks, and marched some 4 or 5 miles by the greater of them, and the shallop followed us. The next day, about 11 o'clock, our shallop came to us, and we shipped ourselves, and the wind being good, we sailed to the river we formerly discovered, which we named Cold Harbour, to which when we came we found it not navigable for ships, yet we thought it might be a good harbour for boats, for it flows there 12 foot at high water. At length night grew on, and our men were tired with marching up and down the steep hills and deep valleys which lay 1/2 foot thick with snow. Master Jones, wearied with marching, was desirous we should take up our lodging, though some of us would have marched further, so we made there our rendezvous for that night, under a few pine trees, and as it fell out we got 3 fat geese and 6 ducks to our supper, which we ate with soldiers' stomachs, for we had eaten little all that day. So we turned towards the other creek, that we might go over and look for the rest of the corn that we left behind when we were here before. Our resolution was next morning to go up to the head of this river, for we supposed it would prove fresh water, but in the morning our resolution held not, because many like not the hilliness of the soil, and badness of the harbour. When we came to the creek, we saw the canoe lie on the dry ground, and a flock of geese in the river, at which one made a shot, and killed a couple of them, and we launched the canoe and fetched them, and when we had done, she carried us over by 7 or 8 at once. This done, we marched to the place where we had the corn formerly, which place we called Cornhill, and digged and found the rest, of which we were very glad. We also digged in a place a little further off, and found a bottle of oil. We went to another place which we had seen before, and digged, and found more corn, viz. Side note, 2 or 3 baskets full of Indian wheat, 33, and a bag of beans, with a good many of fair wheat, 33 ears. Whilst some of us were digging up this, some others found another heap of corn, which they digged up also, so as we had in all about 10 bushels, which will serve us sufficiently for seed. And sure it was God's good providence that we found this corn, for else we know not how we should have done, for we knew not how we should find or meet with any Indians, except it be to do us a mischief. Whilst we were in this employment, foul weather being towards, Master Jones was earnest to go aboard, but sundry of us desired to make further discovery, and to find out the Indians' habitation. The next morning we followed certain beaten paths and tracks of the Indians into the woods, supposing they would have led us into some town or houses. Also, we had never in all likelihood seen a grain of it if we had not made our first journey, for the ground was now covered with snow, and so hard frozen that we were fain with our cutlasses and short swords to hew and carve the ground a foot deep, and then rest it up with levers, for we had forgot to bring other tools. So we sent home with him our weakest people, and some that were sick, and all the corn, and 18 of us stayed still, and lodged there that night, and desired that the shallop might return to us next day, and bring us some mattocks and spades, within them. After we had gone a while, we light upon a very broad beaten path, well nigh 2 feet broad. Then we lighted all our matches 35, and prepared ourselves, concluding that we were near their dwellings. But in the end we found it to be only a path made to drive deer in, when the Indians hunt, as we supposed. When we had marched 5 or 6 miles into the woods, and could find no signs of any people, we returned again another way, and as we came into the plain ground we found a place like a grave, but it was much bigger and longer than any we had yet seen. Also between the mats we found bowls, trays, dishes, and such like trinkets. It was also covered with boards, so as we mused what it should be, and resolved to dig it up, where we found first a mat, and under that a fair bow, and there a nut, and under that a board about 3/4 36 long, finely carved, and under that a 1/4 36 long, finely carved, and painted with 3 tines, or brooches, on the top, like a crown. At length we came to a fair new mat, and under that 2 bundles, the one bigger, the other less. We opened the greater, and found in it a great quantity of fine and perfect red powder, and in it the bones and skull of a man. The skull had fine yellow hair still on it, and some of the flesh unconsumed. There was bound up with it a knife, a pack-needle, 37, and 2 or 3 old iron things. It was bound up in a sailor's canvas cassock, and a pair of cloth breeches. The red powder was a kind of embalmment, and yielded a strong, but no offensive smell. It was as fine as any flower. We opened the less bundle likewise, and found of the same powder in it, and the bones and head of a little child. We brought sundry of the prettiest things away with us, and covered the corpse up again. About the legs and other parts of it was bound strings and bracelets of fine white beads. There was also by it a little bow, about 3/4 long, and some other odd knacks. After this we digged in sundry light places, but found no more corn, nor anything else but graves. There was variety of opinions amongst us about the embalmed person. Some thought it was an Indian lord and king. Others said the Indians have all black hair, and never any was seen with brown or yellow hair. Others thought they had killed him, and did it in triumph over him. Some thought it was a Christian of some special note, which had died amongst them, and they thus buried him to honour him. Whilst we were thus ranging and searching, 2 of the sailors, which were newly come on the shore, by chance espied 2 houses which had been lately dwelt in, but the people were gone. They, having their pieces and hearing nobody, entered the houses, and took out some things, and durst not stay, but came again and told us. So some 7 or 8 of us went with them, and found how we had gone within a flight shot of them before. The houses were made with long young sapling trees, bended, and both ends stuck into the ground. One might stand, and go upright in them. They were made round, like unto an arbour, and covered down to the ground with thick and well-wrought mats, and the door was not over a yard high, made of a mat to open. The chimney was a wide open hole in the top, for which they had a mat to cover it close when they pleased. In the midst of them were 4 little trunches 38, knocked into the ground, and small sticks laid over, on which they hung their pots, and what they had to sieve, 39 round about the fire lay on mats, which are their beds. The houses were double matted, for as they were matted without, so were they within, with newer and fairer mats. In the houses we found wooden bowls, trays and dishes, earthen pots, hand-baskets made of crab shells wrought together, also an English pail or bucket. It wanted a bail, but it had 2 iron ears. There was also baskets of sundry sorts, bigger and some lesser, finer and some coarser. Some were curiously wrought with black and white in pretty works, and sundry other of their household stuff. We found also 2 or 3 deer's heads, one whereof had been newly killed, for it was still fresh. We found also a little silk grass, and a little tobacco seed, with some other seeds which we knew not. There was also a company of deer's feet stuck up in the houses, hart's horns, and eagle's claws, and sundry such like things there was, also 2 or 3 baskets full of parched acorns, pieces of fish, and a piece of a broiled herring. Without was sundry bundles of flags, and sedge, bulrushes, and other stuff to make mats. There was thrust into a hollow tree 2 or 3 pieces of venison, but we thought it fitter for the dogs than for us. Some of the best things we took away with us, and left the houses standing still as they were. But so soon as we can meet conveniently with them, we will give them full satisfaction. Thus much of our second discovery. So it growing towards night, and the tide almost spent, we hasted with our things down to the shallop, and got aboard that night, intending to have brought some beads and other things to have left in the houses, in sign of peace, and that we meant to, and truck with them, but it was not done, by means of our hasty coming away from Cape Cod. As first, that there was a convenient harbour for boats, though not for ships. Having thus discovered this place, it was controversial amongst us what to do touching our abode and settling there. Some thought it best, for many reasons, to abide there. Secondly, good corn ground ready to our hands, as we saw by experience in the goodly corn it yielded, which would again agree with the ground, and be natural seed for the same. Thirdly, Cape Cod was like to be a place of good fishing, for we saw daily great whales of the best kind for oil and bone, come close aboard our ship, and in fair weather swim and play about us. But when the whale saw her time, she gave a snuff and away. There was once one, when the sun shone warm, came and lay above water, as if she had been dead, for a good while together, within half a musket shot of a ship, at which 2 were prepared to shoot to see whether she would stir or no. He that gave fire first. His musket flew in pieces, both stock and barrel, yet, thanks be to God, neither he nor any man else was hurt with it, though many were thereabout. Fourthly, the place was likely to be healthful, secure, and defensible. Also, cold and wet lodging had so tainted our people, for scarce any of us were free from vehement coughs, as if they should continue long in that estate, it would endanger the lives of many, and breed diseases and infection amongst us. Again, we had yet some beer, butter, flesh, and other such victuals left, which would quickly be all gone, and then we should have nothing to comfort us in the great labour and toil we were like to undergo at the first. But the last and especial reason was, that now the heart of winter and unseasonable weather was come upon us, so that we could not go upon coasting and discovery without danger of losing men and boat, upon which would follow the overthrow of all, especially considering what variable winds and sudden storms do there arise. It was also conceived, whilst we had competent victuals, that the ship would stay with us, but when that grew low, they would be gone, and let us shift as we could. Others again urged greatly the going to Angium, or Angam 40, a place 20 leagues off to the northwards, which they had heard to be an excellent harbour for ships, better ground, and better fishing. Secondly, for anything we knew, there might be hard by us a far better seat, and it should be a great hindrance to seat where we should remove again. Thirdly, the water was but in ponds, and it was thought there would be none in summer, or very little. Fourthly, the water there must be fetched up a steep hill, but to omit many reasons and replies used hereabouts, it was in the end concluded to make some discovery within the bay, but in no case so far as Angium. Them they called it Thievish Harbour. Besides, Robert Coppin, our pilot, made relation of a great navigable river and good harbour in the other headland of this bay, almost right over against Cape Cod, being in right line not much above 8 leagues distant, in which he had been once, and because that one of the wild men, with whom they had some trucking, stole a harping iron 41 from, and beyond that place they were enjoined not to go, whereupon a company was chosen to go out upon a third discovery. Whilst some were employed in this discovery, it pleased God that Mistress White was brought to bed of a son, which was called Peregrine. The 5th day we, through God's mercy, escaped a great danger by the foolishness of a boy, one of Francis Billington's sons, who, in his father's absence, had got gunpowder, and had shot of a piece or two, and made squibs, and there being a fowling piece charged in his father's cabin, shot her off in the cabin, there being a little barrel of powder. Wednesday, the 6th of December, it was resolved our discoverers should set forth, for the day before was too foul weather, and so they did, though it was well o'er the day ere all things could be ready. Our full scattered in and about the cabin, the fire being within 4 feet of the bed between the decks, and many flints and iron things about the cabin, and many people about the fire, and yet, by God's mercy, no harm done. So 10 of our men were appointed, who were of themselves willing to undertake it, to wit, Captain Standish, Master Carver, William Bradford, Edward Winslow, John Tilley, Edward Tilley, John Howland, and 3 of London, Richard Warren, Stephen Honeland, Hopkins, and Edward Dotter, and 2 of our seamen, John Allerton and Thomas English. Of the ship's company there went 2 of the master's mates, Master Clark, and Master Coppin, the master gunner, and 3 sailors, the narration of which discovery follows, penned by one of the company. Wednesday, the 6th of December, we set out, being very cold and hard weather. We were a long while after we launched from the ship before we could get clear of a sandy point, which lay within less than a furlong of the same, in which time 2 were very sick, and Edward Tilley had like to have sounded 42 with cold. The gunner also was sick unto death, but hope of trucking made him to go, and so remained all that day and the next night. We sailed 6 or 7 leagues by the shore, but saw neither river nor creek. At length we met with a tongue of land, being flat off from the shore, with a sandy point. At length we got clear of the sandy point, and got up our sails, and within an hour or 2 we got under the weather shore, and then had smoother water and better sailing, but it was very cold, for the water froze on our clothes, and made them at times like coats of iron. We bore up to gain the point, and found there a fair income or road of a bay, being a league over at the narrowest, and some 2 or 3 in length, but we made right over to the land before us, and left the discovery of this income till the next day. We landed a league or 2 from them, and had much ado to put ashore anywhere, it lay so full of flat sands. When we came to shore we made us a barricade, and got firewood, and set out our sentinels, and betook us to our lodging, such as it was. As we drew near to the shore, we espied some 10 or 12 Indians, very busy about a black thing-what. It was we could not tell till afterwards they saw us, and ran to and fro, as if they had been carrying something away. We saw the smoke of the fire, which the savages made that night, about 4 or 5 miles from us. We, on the land, found it to be a level soil, though none of the fruitfulest. Yet we deemed it to be as good a harbour as Cape Cod, for they that sounded it found a ship might ride in 5 fathom water. In the morning we divided our company, some 8 in the shallop, and the rest on the shore went to discover this place. But we found it only to be a bay, without either river or creek coming into it. We saw 2 becks 43 of fresh water, which were the first running streams that we saw in the country, but one might stride over them. They were cast up at high water, and could not get off for the frost and ice. We found also a great fish, called a grampus, dead on the sands. They, in the shallop, found 2 of them also in the bottom of the bay, dead in like sort. They were some 5 or 6 paces long, and about 2 inches thick of fat, and fleshed like a swine. They would have yielded a great deal of oil if there had been time and means to have taken it. So we, finding nothing for our turn, both we and our shallop returned. We then directed our course along the sea sands to the place where we first saw the Indians. We found here and there a piece scattered by the way, as it seemed, for haste. When we were there, we saw it was also a grampus, which they were cutting up. They cut it into long rands, or pieces, about an L44 long, and 2 handful broad. This place the most were minded we should call the Grampus Bay, because we found so many of them there. We followed the track of the Indians' bare feet a good way on the sands. At length we saw where they struck into the woods by the side of a pond. As we went to view the place, one said he thought he saw an Indian house among the trees, so went up to see. and here we and the shallop lost sight one of another till night, it being now about 9 or 10 o'clock. So we light on a path, but saw no house, and followed a great way into the woods. At length we found where corn had been set, but not that year. Within it was full of graves, some bigger and some less. Some were also paled about, and others had like an Indian house made over them, but not matted. Anon we found a great burying place, one part whereof was encompassed with a large palisade, like a churchyard, with young spires fortified 4 or 5 yards long, set as close one by another as they could, 2 or 3 feet in the ground. Without the palisade were graves also, but not so costly. Those graves were more sumptuous than those at Cornhill, yet we digged none of them up, but only viewed them, and went our way. From this place we went and found more corn ground, but not of this year. There was nothing left but 2 or 3 pieces of old mats, and a little sedge. As we ranged, we light on 4 or 5 Indian houses, which had been lately dwelt in, but they were uncovered, and had no mats about them, else they were like those we found at Cornhill, but had not been so lately dwelt in. Also, a little further we found 2 baskets full of parched acorns hid in the ground, which we supposed had been corn when we began to dig the same. We cast earth thereon again, and went our way. All this while we saw no people. They were exceeding glad to see us, for they feared, because they had not seen us in so long a time, thinking we would have kept by the shore side. So, being both weary and faint, for we had eaten nothing all that day, we fell to make our rendezvous and get firewood, which always costs us a great deal of labour. We went ranging up and down, till the sun began to draw low, and then we hasted out of the woods, that we might come to our shallop, which, when we were out of the woods, we espied a great way off, and called them to come unto us, the which they did as us, soon as they could, for it was not yet high water. By that time we had done, and our shallop come to us, it was within night, and we fed upon such victuals as we had, and betook us to our rest, after we had set out our watch. About midnight we heard a great and hideous cry, and our sentinels called, "Arm! Arm!" About 5 o'clock in the morning we began to be stirring, and 2 or 3, which doubted whether their pieces would go off or no, made trial of them, and shot them off, but thought nothing at all. So we bestirred ourselves, and shot off a couple of muskets, and the noise ceased. We concluded that it was a company of wolves or foxes, for one told us he had heard such a noise in Newfoundland. After prayer we prepared ourselves for breakfast and for a journey, and it being now the twilight in the morning, it was thought meet to carry the things down to the shallop. Some said it was not best to carry the armour down, others said they would be readier, 2 or 3 said they would not carry theirs till they went themselves, but mistrusting nothing at all. As it fell out, the water not being high enough, they laid the things down upon the shore, and came up to breakfast. Anon, all upon a sudden, we heard a great and strange cry, which we knew to be the same voices, though they varied their notes. One of our company, being abroad, came running in, and cried, "They are men! Indians!" Side-note: our first combat with the Indians. And withal their arrows came flying amongst us. Our men ran out with all speed to recover their arms, as by the good providence of God they did. In the meantime, Captain Miles Standish, having a snap-Hance 46 ready, made a shot, and after him another. They thought it best to defend it, lest the enemy should take it and our stuff, and so have the more vantage against us. Our care was no less for the shallop, but we hoped all the rest would defend it. We called unto them to know how it was with them, and they answered, "Well, well, every one, and be of good courage." After they 2 had shot, other 2 of us were ready, but he wished us not to shoot till we could take aim, for we knew not what need we should have, and there were 4 only of us which had their arms there ready, and stood before the open side of our barricade, which was first assaulted. We heard 3 of their pieces go off, and the rest called for a firebrand to light their matches. One took a log out of the fire on his shoulder, and went and carried it unto them, which was thought did not a little discourage our enemies. Our men were no sooner come to their arms, but the enemy was ready to assault them. The cry of our enemies was dreadful, especially when our men ran out to recover their arms. Their note was after this manner, "Wach, och, ach, ach, wach," 47. There was a lusty man, and no whit less valiant, who was thought to be their captain, stood behind a tree within half a musket shot of us, and there let his arrows fly at us. He stood 3 shots of a musket. He was seen to shoot 3 arrows, which were all avoided, for he at whom the first arrow was aimed saw it, and stooped down, and it flew over him. The rest were avoided also. At length one took, as he said, full aim at him, after which he gave an extraordinary cry, and away they went all. We followed them about 1/4 of a mile, but we left 6 to keep our shallop, for we were careful of our business. Then we shouted all together too several times, and shot off a couple of muskets, and so returned. This we did, that they might see we were not afraid of them, nor discouraged. Thus it pleased God to vanquish our enemies and give us deliverance. By their noise we could not guess that they were less than 30 or 40, though some thought that they were many more. Yet in the dark of the morning we could not so well discern them among the trees, as they could see us by our fireside. We took up 18 of their arrows, which we sent to England by Master Jones, some whereof were headed with brass, others with hart's horn, and others with eagle's claws. So after we had given God thanks for our deliverance, we took our shallop and went on our journey, and called this place the First Encounter. Many more no doubt were shot, for these we found were almost covered with leaves. Yet, by the especial providence of God, none of them either hit or hurt us, though many came close by us, and on every side of us, and some coats, which hung up in our barricade, were shot through and through. From thence we intended to have sailed to the aforesaid thievish harbour, if we found no convenient harbour by the way. Having the wind good, we sailed all that day along the coast about 15 leagues, but saw neither river nor creek to put into. After we had sailed an hour or 2, it began to snow and rain, and to be bad weather. The seas were grown so great that we were much troubled and in great danger, and night grew on. About the midst of the afternoon the wind increased, and the seas began to be very rough, and the hinges of the rudder broke, so that we could steer no longer with it. But 2 men with much ado were fain to serve with a couple of oars. Anon Master Coppin bade us be of good cheer. He saw the harbour. As we drew near, the gale being stiff, and we bearing great sail to get in, split our mast in 3 pieces, and were like to have cast away our shallop. Yet, by God's mercy, recovering ourselves, we had the flood with us, and struck into the harbour. Now he that thought that had been the place was deceived, it being a place where not any of us had been before, and coming into the harbour, he that was our pilot did bear up northward, which if we had continued we had been cast away. Change all night in the rain upon that island. And in the morning we marched about it, and found no inhabitants at all, and here we made our rendezvous all that day, being Saturday, 10th of December. Yet still the Lord kept us, and we bore up for an island before us, and recovering of that island, being compassed about with many rocks, and dark night growing upon us, it pleased the divine providence that we fell upon a place of sandy ground, where our shallop did ride safe and secure all that night, and coming upon a strange island, kept our watch. On the Sabbath day we rested, and on Monday we sounded the harbour, and found it a very good harbour for our shipping. Indeed, we could not fetch the harbour, but were fain to put room again towards Cape Cod, our course lying west, and the wind was at northwest. We marched also into the land, and found divers cornfields, and little running brooks, a place very good for situation. So we returned to our ship again, with good news to the rest of our people, which did much comfort their hearts. 48 on the 15th day, Hearts. 48 on the 15th day. We weighed anchor, to go to the place we had discovered, and coming within 2 leagues of the land. But it pleased God that the next day, being Saturday the 16th day, the wind came fair, and we put to sea again, and came safely into a safe harbour, and within half an hour the wind changed. So, as if we had been let it 49 but a little, we had gone back 49 but a little, to Cape Cod. This harbour is a bay greater than Cape Cod, compassed with a goodly land, and in the bay 2 fine islands uninhabited, wherein are nothing but wood, oaks, pines, walnuts, beech, sassafras, vines, and oaks, pines, walnuts, beech, sassafras, vines, and other trees which we know not. It is in fashion like a sickle or fish-hook. Monday the 18th day we went aland, manned with the master of the ship, and 3 or 4 of the sailors. This bay is a most hopeful place, innumerable store of fowl, and excellent good, and cannot but be of fish in their seasons. Scote, 50 cod, turbot, and herring. We have tasted of abundance of mussels, the greatest and best that ever we saw, crabs, and best that ever we saw, crabs, lobsters, in their time infinite. We marched along the coast in the woods, some 7 or 8 miles, but saw not an Indian nor an Indian house. Only we found where formerly had been some inhabitants, and where they had planted their corn. We found not any navigable river, but 4 or 5 small running brooks of very sweet fresh water, that all run into the sea. That night, many being weary with marching, we went aboard again. The land for the crust of the earth is a spitz 51 depth, excellent black mould, 52 and fat 53 in some places, 2 or 3 great oaks, but not very thick, pines, walnuts, beech, ash, birch, hazel, holly, asp, 54 sassafras in abundance, and vines, 54 sassafras in abundance. Everywhere cherry trees, plum trees, and many others which we know not. Many kinds of herbs we found here in winter, as strawberry leaves innumerable, sorrel, yarrow, carvel, rock lime, liverwort, watercresses, great store of leeks and onions, and an excellent strong kind of flax and hemp. Here is sand, gravel, and excellent clay, no better in the world, excellent for pots, and will wash like soap, and great store of stone, though somewhat soft, and the best water that ever we drank. And the brooks now begin to be full of fish. The next morning, being Tuesday the 19th of December, we went again to discover further. Some went on land, and some in a shallop. The land we found as the former day we did, and we found a creek, and went up 3 English miles. A very pleasant river. At full sea, a bark of 30 tons may go up, but at low water, scarce our shallop could pass. This place we had a great liking to plant in, but that it was so far from our fishing, our principal profit, 55, and so encompassed with woods that we should be in much danger of the savages, and our number being so little, and so much ground to clear, so as we thought good to quit and clear that place till we were of more strength. Serve us for corn. Besides, we judged it cold for our corn, and some part very rocky, yet divers thought of it as a place defensible, and of great security. Some of us having a good mind for safety to plant in the Greater Isle, 56 we crossed the bay, which is there 5 or 6 miles over, and found the isle about 1.5 miles or 2 miles about, all wooded, and no fresh water but 2 or 3 pits, that we doubted of fresh water in summer, and so full of wood as we could hardly clear so much as 2, search or consideration, our victuals being much spent, especially our beer, and it being now the 19th of December. That night we returned again a shipboard, with resolution the next morning to settle on some of those places. So in the morning, after we had called on God for direction, we came to this resolution, to go presently ashore again, and to take a better ashore again, and to take a better view of 2 places, which we thought most fitting for us, for we could not now take time for further. Engiers of as good water as can be drunk, and where we may harbour our shallops and boats exceeding well, and in this brook much good fish in their seasons. On the further side of the river also much corn ground cleared. In one field is a great hill, on which we point to make a platform and plant our ordnance, which will command all round about. After our landing and viewing of the places, so well as we could, we came to a conclusion, by most voices, to set on the mainland, on the first place, on a high ground, where there is a great deal of land cleared, and hath been planted with corn 3 sheaves, or 4 years ago, and there is a very sweet brook runs under the hillside, and many delicate springs. From thence we may see into the bay, and far into the sea, and we may see thence Cape Cod. Our greatest labour will be fetching of our wood, which is 1/4 of an English mile, but there is enough so far off. What people inhabit here we yet know not, for as yet we have seen none. So there we made our rendezvous, and a place for some of our people, about 20, resolving in the morning to come all ashore and to build houses. But the next morning, being Thursday the 21st of December, it was stormy and wet, that we could not go ashore, and those that remained there all night could do nothing, but were wet, not having daylight enough to make them a sufficient quarter of guard 57 to keep them dry. All that night it blew and rained extremely. It was so tempestuous that the shallop could not go on land so soon as was meet, for they had no victuals on land. Friday, the 22nd, the storm still continued, that we could not get a land, nor they come to us aboard. About 11 o'clock, the shallop went off with much ado with provision, but could not return. It blew so strong and was such foul weather that we were forced to let fall our anchor and ride with 3 anchors ahead. This morning, good wife 58, Allerton, was delivered of a son, but dead born. Saturday, the 23rd, so many of us as could, went on shore, felled and carried timber, to provide themselves stuff for building. Sunday, the 24th, our people on shore heard a cry of some savages, as they thought, which caused an alarm, and to stand on their guard, expecting an assault, but all was quiet. Monday, the 25th day, we went on shore, some to fell timber, some to saw, some to rive, and some to carry, so no man rested all that day. But towards night some, as they were at work, heard a noise of some Indians, which caused us all to go to our muskets, but we heard no further. So we came aboard again, and left some 20 to keep the court of guard. That night we had a sore storm of wind and rain. Tuesday, the 26th, it was foul weather that we could not go ashore. Wednesday, the 27th, we went to work again. Monday, the 25th day, we went on shore, some to fell drink water aboard, but at night a master caused us to have some beer, and so on board we had divers times now and then some beer, but on shore none at all. Thursday, the 28th of December, so many as could went to work on the hill, where we purposed to build our platform for our ordnance, and which doth command all the plain and the bay, and from whence we may see far into the sea, and might be easier, impaled, having 2 rows of houses and a fair street. To greater families we allotted larger plots, to every person half a pole in breadth, and 3 in length. 59 and so lots were cast where every man should lie, which was done, and staked out. So in the afternoon we went to measure out the grounds, and first we took notice how many families there were, willing all single men that had no wives to join with some family, as they thought fit, that so we might build fewer houses, which was thus done, and we reduced them to 19 families, the cause of many of their deaths. We thought this proportion was large enough at the first for houses and gardens, to impale them round, considering the weakness of our people, many of them growing ill with cold for our former discoveries in frost and storms, and the wading at Cape Cod had brought much weakness amongst us, which increased so every day more and more, and after was it. We saw great smokes of fire made by the Indians about 6 or 7 miles from us, as we conjectured. Friday and Saturday we fitted ourselves for our labour, but our people on shore were much troubled and discouraged with rain and wet, that day being very stormy and cold. Monday, the 1st of January, we went betimes to work. We were much hindered in lying so far off from the land, and fain to go as the tide served, that we lost much time. For our ship drew so much water 60 that she lay a mile and almost a half off, though a ship of 70 or 80 tons at high water, 80 tons at high water, come to the shore. Thursday, the 4th of January, Captain Miles, Standish with 4 or 5 more, went to see if they could meet with any of the savages in that place where the fires were made. They went to some of their houses, but not lately inhabited, yet could they not meet with any. Wednesday, the 3rd of January, some of our people being abroad to get and gather thatch, they saw great fires of the Indians, and were at their cornfields, yet saw none of the savages, nor had seen any of them since we came to this bay. As they came home, they shot at an eagle and killed her, which was excellent meat. It was hardly to be discerned from mutton. Monday, the 8th day of January, was a very fair day, and we went betimes to work. Friday, the 5th of January, one of the sailors found alive upon the shore a herring, which the master had to his supper, which put us in hope of fish, but as yet we had got but 1 cod. We wanted small hook. Saturday, the 6th of January, Master Martin was very sick, and to our judgment no hope of life. So Master Carver was sent for to come aboard to speak with him about his accounts, who came the next morning. Master Jones sent the shallop, as he had formerly done, to see where fish could be got. They had a great storm at sea, and were in some danger. At night they returned with 3 great seals and an excellent good cod, which did assure us that we should have plenty of fish shortly. This day Francis Billington, having the week before seen from the top of a tree on a high hill a great sea, as he thought, went with one of the master's mates to see it. A brook issues from it. It will be an excellent help for us in time. They went 3 miles, and then came to a great water, divided into 2 great lakes, the bigger of them 5 or 6 miles in circuit, and in it an isle of a cable length 61 square, the other 3 miles in compass. In their estimation they are fine. Fresh water, full of fish and fowl. They found 7 or 8 Indian houses, but not lately inhabited. When they saw the houses, they were in some fear, for they were but 2 persons and 1 piece. We divided by lot the plot of ground, whereon to build our town. Tuesday, the 9th of January, was a reasonable fair day, and we went to labour that day in the building of our town, in 2 rows of houses for more safety. After the proportion formerly allotted, we agreed that every man should build his own house, thinking by that course men would make more haste than working in common. The common house, in which for the first we made our rendezvous, being near finished, wanted only covering, it being about 20 feet square. Some should make mortar, and some gather thatch, so that in 4 days half of it was thatched. Frost and foul weather hindered us much. This time of the year seldom could we work half the week, and in time, through God's mercy, in the use of means, recovered. Thursday the 11th, William Bradford, being at work, for it was a fair day, was vehemently taken with grief and pain, and so shot to his huckle-bone. The last, and felt some pain in his ankles by times, but he grew a little better towards night. Friday the 12th, we went to work, but about noon it began to rain, that it forced us to give over work. So they did, being about 1.5 miles from our plantation. This day 2 of our people put us in great sorrow and care. There was 4 sent together to cut thatch in the morning, and 2 of them, John Goodman and Peter Brown, having cut thatch all the forenoon, went to a further place, and willed the other place, and willed the other place, 2 to bind up that which was cut, and to follow them. But when the 2 came after, they could not find them, nor hear anything of them at all, though they hallooed and shouted as loud as they could. So they returned to the company, and told them of it. Whereupon Master Lever 63, and 3 or 4 more, went to seek them, but could hear nothing of them. So they, returning, sent more, but that night they could hear nothing at all of them. The next day they armed 10 or 12 men out, verily thinking the Indians had surprised them. They went seeking 7 or 8 miles, but could neither see nor hear anything at all. So they returned, with much discomfort to us all. These 2 that were missed, at dinner-time took their meat in their hands, and would go walk and refresh themselves. They wandered all that afternoon, being wet, and at night it did freeze and snow. So going a little off, they found a lake of water, and having a great mastiff bitch with them, and a spaniel, by the waterside, they found a great deer. The dogs chased him, and they followed so far as they lost themselves, and could not find the way back. They were slenderly apparelled, and had no weapons, but each one his sickle, nor any victuals. They ranged up and down, and could find none of the savages' habitations. When it drew to night, they were much perplexed, for they could find neither harbour nor meat, but, in frost and snow, were forced to make the earth their bed, and the element their covering. And another thing did very much terrify them. They heard, as they thought, 2 lions roaring exceedingly for a long time together, and a third that they thought was very near them. The bitch they were fain to hold by the neck, for she would have been gone to the lion. But it pleased God so to dispose that the wild beasts came not. So, not knowing what to do, they resolved to climb up into a tree as their safest refuge, though that would prove an intolerable cold lodging. So they stood at the tree's root, that when the lions came, they might take their opportunity of climbing up. So they walked up and down under the tree all night. It was an extreme cold night. So soon as it was light, they travelled again, passing by many lakes and brooks and woods, and in one place where the savages had burnt the space of 5 miles in length, which is a fine Champagne 64 country, and even. In the afternoon it pleased God. From a high hill they discovered the 2 isles in the bay, and so that night got to the plantation, being ready to faint with travail and want of victuals, and almost famished with cold. John Goodman was fain to have his shoes cut off his feet, they were so swelled with cold, and it was a long while after ere he was able to go. Those on the shore were much comforted at their return, but they on shipboard were grieved at deeming them lost. But the next day, being the 14th of January, in the morning about 6 of the clock, the wind being very great, they on shipboard spied their great new rendezvous on fire, which was to them a new discomfort, fearing because of the supposed loss of fear. Men, that the savages had fired them, neither could they presently go to them, for want of water, but after 3/4 of an hour they went, as they had purposed the day before to keep the Sabbath on shore, because now there was the greater number of people. At their landing they heard good tidings of the return of the 2 men, and that the house was fired occasionally by a spark that flew into the thatch, which instantly burnt it all up, but the roof stood and little hurt. The most loss was Master Carver's and William Bradford's, who then lay sick in bed, and if they had not risen with good speed, had been blown up with powder, but through God's mercy they had no harm. The house was as full of beds as they could lie one by another, and their muskets charged, but, blessed be God, there was no harm done. Monday, the 15th day, it rained much all day, that they on shipboard could not go on shore, nor they on shore do any labour, but were all wet. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday were very fair sunshiny days, as if it had been in April, and our people, so many as were in health, wrought cheerfully. The 19th day we resolved to make a shed to put our common provision in, of which some were already set on shore, but at noon it rained that we could not work. This day in the evening John Goodman went abroad to use his lame feet, that were pitifully ill with the cold he had got, having a little spaniel with him. A little way from the plantation 2 great wolves ran after the dog. The dog ran to him, and betwixt his legs for succour. Saturday, 20th, we made up our shed for our common goods. Sunday, the 21st, we kept our meeting on land. He had nothing in his hand, but took up a stick, and threw at one of them, and hit him. And they presently ran both away, but came again. He got a pale board 65 in his hand, and they sat both on their tails, grinning at him a good while, and went their tails way, and left him. Monday, the 22nd, was a fair day. We wrought on our houses, and in the afternoon carried up our hogsheads of meal to our common storehouse. The rest of the week we followed our business likewise. Tuesday and Wednesday, 30th and 31st of January, cold, frosty weather and sleet, that we could not work. Monday, the 29th, in the morning, cold, frost and sleet, but after reasonable fare. Both the longboat and the shallop brought our common goods on shore. In the morning, the master and others saw 2 savages that had been on the island near our ship. What they came for we could not tell. They were going so far back again before they were descried, that we could not speak with them. Friday, the 9th, still the cold weather continued, that we could do little work. That afternoon our little house for our sick people was set on fire by a spark that kindled in the roof, but no great harm was done. Sunday, the 4th of February, was very wet and rainy, with the greatest gusts of wind that ever we had since we came forth, that, though we rid in a very good harbour, yet we were in danger, because our ship was light, the goods taken out, and she unballasted, and it caused much daubing 66 of our houses to fall down. That evening, the master going ashore, killed 5 geese, which he friendly distributed among the sick people. He found also good deer killed. The savages had cut off the horns, and a wolf was eating of him. How he came there we could not conceive. Friday, the 16th, was a fair day, but the northerly wind continued, which continued the frost. He lay close till they were past, and then with what speed he could, he went home and gave the alarm. So the people abroad in the woods returned and armed themselves, but saw none of them. Only toward the evening they made a great fire. About the evening they made a great fire. About the place where they were first discovered. This day afternoon, one of our people being a-fowling, and having taken a stand by a creek-side in the reeds, about 1.5 miles from our plantation, there came by him 12 Indians, marching towards our plantation, and in the woods he heard our plantation, noise of many more. Captain Miles, Standish, and Francis Cook, being at work in the woods, coming home, left their tools behind them, but before they returned, their tools were taken away by the savages. This coming of the savages gave us occasion to keep more strict watch, and to make our pieces and furniture ready, which by the moisture and rain were out of temper. Captain Standish and Stephen Hopkins, who went towards them. Saturday, the 17th day, in the morning, we called a meeting for the establishing of military orders among ourselves, and we chose Miles, Standish our captain, and gave him authority of command in affairs. Only one of them had a musket, which they laid down on the ground in their sight, in sign of peace, and to parley with them, but the savages would not tarry their coming. And as we were in consultation hereabouts, 2 savages presented themselves upon the top of a hill, over against our plantation, about 1/4 of a mile, and less, and made signs unto us to come unto them. We likewise made signs unto them to come too. Whereupon we armed ourselves, and stood ready, and sent 2 over the brook towards them, to wit. A noise of a great many more was heard behind the hill, but no more came in sight. This caused us to plant our great ordnances in places most convenient. He brought with him a very fat goose to eat with us, and we had a fat crane, and a mallard, and a dried neat 70 tongue, and so we were kindly and friendly together. Saturday, the 3rd of March, the wind was south, the morning misty, but towards noon warm and fair weather. The birds sang in the woods most pleasantly. Wednesday, the 21st of February, the master came on shore with many of his sailors, and brought with him one of the great pieces, called a minion, 67, and helped us to draw it up the hill, with another piece that lay on shore, and mounted them, and a solar 68, and 2 bases DOS 69. At 1 o'clock it thundered, which was the first we heard in that country. It was strong and great claps, but short. But after an hour it rained very sadly 71 till midnight. Wednesday, the 7th of March, the wind was full east, cold but fair. Amongst other fowl they saw one a milk-white fowl with a very black head. This day some garden seeds were sown. That day Master Carver, with 5 others, went to the great ponds, which seemed to be excellent fishing places. All the way they went they found it exceedingly beaten and haunted with deer, but they saw none. Friday, the 16th, a fair warm day towards. This morning we determined to conclude of the military orders, which we had begun to consider of before, but were interrupted by the savages, as we mentioned formerly. And whilst we were busied hereabout, we were interrupted again, for there presented himself a savage, which caused an alarm. He very boldly came all alone, and along the houses, straight to the rendezvous, where we intercepted him. 72 not suffering him to go in, as undoubtedly he would, out of his boldness. He saluted us in English, and bade us welcome, for he had learned some broken English among the Englishmen that came to fish at Montchignon 73, and knew by name the most of the captains, commanders, and masters that usually come. He was a man free in speech, so far as he could express his mind, and of a seemly carriage. We questioned him of many things. He was the first savage we could meet withal. He discoursed of the whole country, and of every province, and of their sagamores, and their number of men, and strength. He said he was not of these parts, but of Moratigan 73, and one of the sagamores or lords thereof, and had been 8 months in these parts, it lying hence a day's sail with a great wind, and 5 days by land. The wind beginning to rise a little, we cast a horseman's coat about him, for he was stark naked, only a leather about his waist, with a fringe about a span 74 long, or a little more. He had a bow and 2 arrows, the one headed, and the other handed, and he was a tall, straight man, the hair of his head black, long behind, only short before, none on his face at all. He asked some beer, but we gave him strong water 75, and biscuit, and butter, and cheese, and pudding, and a piece of mallard, all which he liked well, and had been acquainted with such amongst the English. All the afternoon we spent in communication with him. We would gladly have been rid of him at night, but he was not willing to go this night. He told us the place where we now live is called Patuxet, and that about 4 years ago all the inhabitants died of an extraordinary plague, 76, and there is neither man, woman, nor child remaining, as indeed we have found none, so as there is none to hinder our possession, or to lay claim unto it. We lodged him that night at Stephen Hopkins' house, and watched him. Then we thought to carry him on shipboard, wherewith he was well content, and went into the shallop, but the wind was high, and the water scant, that it could not return back. The next day he went away back to the Massasoits, 77 from whence he said he came, who are our next bordering neighbours. They are 60 strong, as he saith. The Norsets are as near south-east of them, and are 100 strong, and those were they of whom our people were encountered, as we before related. He taken out of the woods, which we willed him should be brought again, otherwise we would right ourselves. They are much incensed and provoked against the English, and about 8 months ago slew 3 Englishmen, and 2 more hardly escaped by flight to Monchigan. There was Sir Ferdinando gorges his men 78, as this savage told us, as he did likewise of a savage told us. As he did likewise of the huggery, that is, fight, that our discoverers had with the Norsets, and of our tools that wear, that cares not what mischief he doth for his profit. These people are ill affected towards the English, by reason of one Hunt 79, a master of a ship, who deceived the people, and got them under colour of trucking with them, 20 out of this very place where we inhabit, and 7 men from the Norsets, and 7 men from Offalride, and carried them away, and sold them for slaves 80 like a wretched man for £20 a man. Saturday, in the morning, we dismissed the savage, and gave him a knife, a bracelet, and a ring. He promised within a night or 2 to come again, and to bring with him some of the sites our neighbours, with such beavers' skins as they had to, truck with us. Saturday and Sunday, reasonable fair days. On this day came again the savage, and brought with him 5 other tall proper men. They had every man a deer's skin on him, and the principal of them had a wild cat's skin, or such like on the one arm. They had most of them long hosen 81, up to their groins, close made, and above their groins, to their waist another leather, they were altogether like the Irish trousers, 82. These left, according to our charge, given him before their bows and arrows 1/4 of a mile from our town. They are of complexion like our English gipsies, no hair, or very little on their faces, on their heads long hair to their shoulders, only cut before, some trussed up before, with a feather, broadwise like a fan, another a foxtail hanging out. We gave them entertainment, as we thought was fitting them. They did eat liberally of our English victuals. He had a little tobacco in a bag, but none of them drank 84, but when he listed. They made semblance unto us of friendship and amity. They sang and danced after their manner, like antics. 83 they brought with them in a thing like a bow-case, which the principal of them had about his waist, a little of their corn pounded to powder, which, put to a little water, they eat. Some of them had their faces painted black, from the forehead to the chin, 4 or 5 fingers broad, others after other fashions, as they liked. C.A. They brought 3 or 4 skins, but we would not truck with them at all that day, but wished them to bring more, and we would truck for all, which they promised within a night or 2, and would leave these behind them, though we were not willing. They should, and they brought us all our tools again, which were taken in the woods, in our men's absence. So because of the day, we dismissed them so soon as we could. But Somerset, our first acquaintance, either was sick, or feigned himself so, and would not go with them, and stayed with us till Wednesday morning. Then we sent him to them, to know the reason they came, not according to their words, and we gave him a hat, a pair of stockings and shoes, a shirt, and a piece of cloth to tie about his waist. The Sabbath day, when we sent them from us, we gave every one of them some trifles, especially the principal of them. We carried them along with our arms to the place where they left their bows and arrows, whereat they were amazed, and 2 of them began to slink away, but that the other called them. When they took their arrows, we bade them farewell, and they were glad, and so with many thanks given us they departed, with promise they would come again. Wednesday, a fine warm day, we sent away Somerset. Monday and Tuesday proved fair days. We digged our grounds, and sowed our garden seeds, and made semblance of daring us, as we thought. That day we had again a meeting to conclude of laws and orders for ourselves, and to confirm those military orders that were formerly propounded, and twice broken off by the savages coming. But so we were again a 3rd time, for after we had been a 3rd time. An hour together on the top of the hill, over against us, 2 or 3 savages presented themselves. So Captain Standish with another, with their muskets, went over to them, with 2 of the master's mates that follow them without arms, having 2 muskets with them. They whetted and rubbed their arrows and strings, and made show of defiance. But when our men drew near them, they ran away. Thus were we again interrupted by them. This day, with much ado, We got our carpenter, that had been long sick of the scurvy, to fit our shallop, to fetch ore from aboard. Thursday, the 22nd of March, was a very fair, warm day. A little English, with 3 others, and they brought with them some few skins to truck, and some red herrings newly taken and dried, but not salted, and signified unto us that their great Sagamore Massasoit was hard by, with Quaidequina his brother, and all their men. About noon we met again about our public business, but we had scarce been an hour together. But Somerset came again, and Squanto, the only native of Patuxet, where we now inhabit, who was one of the 20 captives that by hunt were carried away, and had been in England 85, and dwelt in Cornhill with Master John Slaney, a merchant, and could speak. They could not well express in English what they would, but after an hour the king came to the top of a hill over against us, and had in his train 60 men, that we could well behold them, and they asked. We were not willing to send our governor to them, and they unwilling to come to us, so Squanto went again unto him, who brought word that we should send one to parley with him, which we did, which was Edward Winslow, to know his mind, and to signify it, the mind and will of our governor, which was to have trading and peace with him. We sent to the king a pair of knives, and a copper chain with a jewel at it. To Quaidequina we sent likewise a knife and a jewel to hang in his ear, and withal a pot of strong water, a good quantity of biscuit, and some butter, which were all willingly accepted. He liked well of the speech, and heard it attentively, though the interpreters did not well express it. Our messenger made a speech unto him, that King James saluted him with words of love and peace, and did accept of him as his friend and ally, and that our governor desired to see him, and to truck with him, and to confirm a peace with him as his next rings, as his neighbour, twice. After he had eaten and drunk himself, and given the rest of his company, he looked upon our messenger's sword and armour which he had on, with intimation of his desire to buy it, but on the other side our messenger with it. In the end he left him in the custody of Quaidequina his brother, and came over the brook, and some 20 men following him, leaving all their bows and arrows behind them. We kept 6 or 7 as hostages for our messenger. Captain Standish and Master Williamson 86 met the king at the brook with 6 musketeers. They saluted him, and he them. So one going over, the one on the one side, and the other on the other, conducted him to a house then in building, where we placed a green rug and 3 or 4 cushions. Then instantly came our governor with drum and trumpet after him, and some few musketeers. After salutations, our governor kissing his hand, the king kissed him, and so they sat down. Then they treated of peace, which was, the governor called for some strong water, and drunk to him, and he drank a great draught that made him sweat all the while after. He called for a little fresh meat, which the king did eat willingly, and did give his followers. Side note, the agreements of peace between us and Massasoit. 1. That neither he nor any of his should injure or do hurt to any of our people. 2. 3. And if any of his did hurt to any of ours, he should send the offender, that we might punish him. 4. That if any of our tools were taken away when our people were at work, he should cause them to be restored. And if ours did any harm to any of his, we would do the like to them. 5. If any did unjustly war against him, we would aid him. If any did war against us, he should aid us. 6. By that he should send to his neighbour confederates, to certify them of this, that they might not wrong us, but might be likewise comprised in the conditions of peace, that when their men came to us, they should leave their bows and arrows behind them, as we should do our pieces when we came to them. Lastly, that doing thus, King James would esteem of him as his friend and ally. In his person he is a very lusty man, in his best years, an able body, grave of countenance, and spare of speech. All which the king seemed to like well 87, and it was applauded of his followers. All the while he sat by the governor, he trembled for fear. All his followers likewise were in their faces, in part or in whole painted, some black, some red, some yellow, and some white, some with crosses and other antique works. Some had skins on them, and some naked, all strong, tall, all men in his appearance, in his attire little or nothing differing from the rest of his followers, only in a great chain of white bone beads about his neck. And at it behind his neck hangs a little bag of tobacco, which he drank and gave us to drink. His face was painted. His face was painted, with the sad 88 red like Murray 89, and oiled both head and face, that he looked greasily, entertained him, and conveyed him to the place prepared. He was very fearful of our pieces, and made signs of dislike that they should be carried away, whereupon commandment was given they should be laid away. He was a very proper, tall young man, of a very modest and seemly countenance, and he did kindly like of our entertainment, so we conveyed him likewise, as we did the king, but divers of their people stayed still. So after all was done, the governor conducted him to the brook, and there they embraced each other, and he departed. We diligently keeping our hostages, we expected our messengers coming, but anon word was brought us that Quadequina was coming, and our messenger was stayed till his return, who presently came, and a troop with him. So likewise we entered. But when he was returned, then they dismissed our messenger. 2 of his people would have stayed all night, but we would not suffer it. One thing I forgot, the king had in his bosom, hanging in a string, a great long knife. He marvelled much at our trumpet, and some of his men would sound it as well as they could. They said that within 8 or 9 days they would come and set corn on the other side of the brook, and dwell there all summer, which is hard by us. Somerset and Squanto, they stayed all night with us, and the king and all his men lay all night in the woods, not above half an English mile from us, and all their wives and women with them. That night we kept good watch, but there was no appearance of danger. The next morning divers of their people came over to us, hoping to get some victuals, as we imagined. Some of them told us the king would have some of us come see him. Captain Standish and Isaac Allerton went venturously, who were welcomed of him after their manner. He gave them 3 or 4 ground nuts, and some tobacco. It be some strength to him, for our pieces are terrible unto them. We cannot yet conceive, but that he is willing to have peace with us, for they have seen our people sometimes alone, 2 or 3 in the woods at work and fowling, when, as they offer them no harm, as they might easily have done, and especially because he hath a potent adversary, the Narragansetts, that are at war with him, against whom he thinks we mar. Friday was a very fair day. Somerset and Squanto still remained with us. This morning they stayed till 10 or 11 of the clock, and our governor bid them send the king's kettle, and filled it full of peas, which pleased them well, and so they went their way. Squanto went at noon to fish for eels. At night he came home with as many as he could well lift in one hand, which our people were glad of. They were fat and sweet. He trod them out with his feet, and so caught them with his hands, without any other instrument, amongst us. This day we proceeded on with our common business, from which we had been so often hindered by the savages coming, and concluding both of military orders and of some laws and orders, as we thought behooveful for our present estate and condition, and did likewise choose our governor for this year, which was Master John Carver, a man well approved. Illustration. Decorative border. A journey to Pokanoke, the habitation of the great King Massasoit, as also our message, the answer, and essentially all our entertainment we had of him. Make satisfaction for some conceived injuries to be done on our parts, and to continue the league of peace and friendship between them and us. Illustration. Illuminated capital, it seemed good to the company for many considerations to send some amongst them to Massasoit, the greatest commander amongst the savages bordering upon us, partly to know where to find them if occasion served, also to see their strength, discover the country, prevent abuses in their disorderly coming unto us. Both they and their message might be the more acceptable amongst them. For these, and the like ends, it pleased the governor to make choice of Stephen Hopkins and Edward Winslow to go unto him, and having a fit opportunity, knighted by reason of a savage called Squanto, that could speak English, coming unto ours, with all expedition provided a horseman's coat of red cotton, and laced with a slight lace for a present, that eared them, but because we intended not to injure any, desiring to live peaceably, and as with all men, so especially with them, our nearest neighbours. The message was as followeth, that forasmuch as his subjects came often and without fear upon all occasions amongst us, so we were now come unto him, and in witness of the love and good will the English bear unto him, the governor hath sent him a coat, desiring that the peace and amity that was between them and us might be continued, not that we have still to do. But whereas his people came very often, and very many together unto us, bringing for the most part their wives and children with them, they were welcome. Yet we being but strangers as yet at Patuxet, alias New Plymouth, 91, and not knowing how our corn, 91 and 91 might prosper, we could no longer give them such entertainment as we had done, and as we desired, his message accordingly. Yet if he would be pleased to come himself, or any special friend of his desired to see us, coming from him they should be welcome, and, to the end we might know them from others, our governor had sent him a copper chain, desiring if any messenger should come from him to us, we might know him by bringing it with him, and hearken, and give credit to H. Also requesting him that such as have skins should bring them to us, and that he would hinder the multitude from oppressing us with them. Fear of us, our desire was either to pay them with a like quantity of corn, English meal, or any other commodities we had to pleasure them withal, requesting him that some one of his men might signify so much unto them, and we would content him forfeit his pains. And whereas at our first arrival at Powmet, called by us Cape Cod, we found there corn buried in the ground, and finding no inhabitants, but some graves of dead new buried, took the corn, resolving, if ever we could hear any that had right thereunto, to make satisfaction to the full for it, yet since we understand the owners thereof were fled former. And last of all, our governor requested one favour of him, which was, that he would exchange some of their corn for seed with us, that we might make trial, which best agreed with the soil where we live. With these presents and message we set forward the 10th June, about 9 o'clock in the morning, our guide resolving that night to rest at Nemaskett 92, a town under Massasoit, and conceived by us to be very near, because the inhabitants flocked so, thick upon every slight occasion amongst us, that we found it to be some 15 English miles, thus to Nemaskett. With these they boiled musty acorns, but of the shads we ate heartily. Thither we came about 3 o'clock afternoon, the inhabitants entertaining us with joy, in the best manner they could, giving us a kind of bread called by them masium, and the spawn of shads, which then they got in abundance, insomuch as they gave us spoons to eat them. On the way we found some 10 or 12 men, women, and children, which had pestered us till we were weary of them, perceiving that, as the manner of them all is where victual is easiest to be got, there they live, especially in the summer, by reason, whereof our bay affording many lobsters, they resort every spring tide thither, and now returned. W. After this, they desired one of our men to shoot a crow, complaining what damage they sustained in their corn by them, who shooting some 80 off and killing, they much admired it, as other shots on other occasions. After this, Squanto told us we should hardly in one day reach Pocanocate, 93 moving us to go some 8 miles further, where we should find more store and better victuals than there. These welcomed us also, gave us of their fish, and we them of our victuals, not doubting but we should have enough wherever we came. Being willing to hasten our journey, we went, and came thither at sunsetting, where we found many of the Namashooks, they so calling, the men of Nemaskett, fishing upon a weir which they had made on a river which belonged to them, where they caught abundance of bass. There we lodged in the open fields, for houses they had none, though they spent the most of the summer there. The ground is very good on both sides, it being for the most part cleared. The head of this river is reported to be not far from the place of our abode. Upon it are and have been many towns, it being a good length. The same, thousands of men have lived there, which died in a great plague not long since, and pity it was and is to see so many goodly fields, and so well seated, without men to dress and manure 94. Upon this river dwelleth Massasoit. It cometh into the sea at the Narragansett Bay, where the Frenchmen so much use. A ship may go many miles up it, as the savages report, and a shallop to the head of it. But so far as we saw, we are sure a shallop may. But to return to our journey. The next morning we broke our fast, took our leave, and departed, being then accompanied with some 6 savages. Having gone about 6 miles by the riverside, at a known shoal place, it being low water, they spake to us to put off our breeches, for we must wade through. Here let me not forget the valour and courage of some of the savages on the opposite side of the river, for there were remaining alive only 2 men, both aged, especially the one being above 60. But seeing we were friends, they welcomed us with such food as they had, and we bestowed a small bracelet of beads on them. These 2, espying a company of men entering the river, ran very swiftly and low in the grass to meet us at the bank, where with shrill voices and great courage, standing charged upon us with their bows, they demanded what we were, supposing us to be enemies, and thinking to take advantage on us in the water. Thus far we are sure the tide ebbs and flows, but the savages will not willingly drink, but at a spring-head. Having here again refreshed ourselves, we proceeded in our journey, the weather being very hot for travel, yet the country so well watered that a man could scarce be dry, but he should have a spring at hand to cool his thirst, besides small rivers in it. Abundance. Their savage from the other, so they showed their thankfulness accordingly in affording us all help and furtherance in the journey. When we came to any small brook where no bridge was, 2 of them desired to carry us through of their own accords, also fearing we were, or would be weary, offered to carry our pieces, also if we would lay off any of our clothes, we should have them carried. And as the one of them had found more special kindness from one of the messengers, and the old, there is much good timber, both oak, walnut tree, fir, beech, and exceeding great chestnut trees. The country, in respect of the lying of it, is both champaign and hilly, like many places in England. As we passed along, we observed that there were few places by the river that had been inhabited, by reason whereof much ground was clear, save of weeds which grew higher than our heads. In some places it is very rocky, both above ground and in it. Passing on at length, one of the company, an Indian, espied a man, and told the rest of it. And though the country be wild, and overgrown with woods, yet the trees stand not thick, but a man may well ride a horse amongst them. We asked them if they feared any. They told us that if they were Narragansett men, they would not trust them. Whereat we called for our pieces, and bid them not to fear, for though they were 20, we 2 alone would not care for them. After, we came to a town of Massasoits, where we ate oysters and other fish. But they hailing him, he proved a friend, and had only 2 women with him. Their baskets were empty, but they fetched water in their bottles, so that we drank with them and departed. From thence we went to Pocanoket, but Massasoit was not at home. There we stayed, he being sent for. After we met another man with other 2 women, which had been at rendezvous by the salt water, and their baskets were full of roasted crab, fishes, and other dried shellfish, of which they gave us, and we ate and drank with them, and gave each a one, the women a string of beads, and departed. When news was brought of his coming, our guide Squanto requested that at our meeting we would discharge our pieces. See their king so bravely 95 attired. But one of us going about to charge his piece, the women and children, through fear to see him take up his piece, ran away, and could not be pacified till he laid it down again, who afterward were better informed by our interpreter. Massasoit being come, we discharged our pieces, and saluted him, who after their manner kindly welcomed us, and took us into his house, and set us down by him, where, having delivered our foresaid message and presents, and having put the coat on his back and the chain about his neck, he was not a little proud to behold himself, and his men also too, the meaning whereof was as far as we could learn. This being done, his men gathered near to him, to whom he turned himself, and made a great speech, they sometimes interposing, and, as it were, confirming and applauding him, and that he said, for answer to our message, he told us we were welcome, and he would gladly continue that peace and friendship which was between him and us, and for his men, they should no more pester us as they had done. Also that he would send to Parmet, and would, that he would send to Parmet, help us with corn for seed, according to our request. Thus, was not he Massasoit commander of the country about them? Was not such a town his, and the people of it? And should they not bring their skins unto us? To which they answered, they were his, and would be at peace with us, and bring their skins to us. After this manner he named at least 30 places, and their answer was as aforesaid to every one, so that, as it was delightful, it was tedious unto us. This being ended, he lighted tobacco for us, and fell to discoursing of England, and of the king's majesty, marvelling that he would live without a wife, 96. Also he talked to the Frenchmen, bidding us not to suffer them to come to Narragansett, for it was King James his country, and he also was King James his man. Late it grew, but victuals he offered none, for indeed he had not any, being he came so newly home. So we desired to go to rest. He laid us on the bed with himself and his wife, they at the one end, and we at the other, it being only planks laid a foot from the ground, and a thin mat upon them. 2 more of his chief men, for want of room, pressed by and upon us, so that we were worse weary of our lodging than of our journey. The next day, being Thursday, many of their sachems, or petty governors, came to see us, and many of their men also. There they went to their manner of games, for skins and knives. About 1 o'clock, Massasoit brought 2 fishes that he had shot. They were like bream, but 3 times so big, and better meat. These being boiled there, were at least 40 looked for share in them, the most 8 of them. There we challenged them to shoot with them for skins, but they durst not. Only they desired to see one of us shoot at a mark, whose shooting with hail shot they wondered to see the mark so full of holes. This meal only we had in 2 nights and a day, and had not one of us bought a partridge, we had taken our journey fasting. Very importunate he was to have us stay with them longer. Any longer, we should not be able to recover home for want of strength. Ions. But we desired to keep the Sabbath at home, and feared we should either be light-headed for want of sleep, for what with bad lodging, the savages' barbarous singing, for they used to sing themselves asleep, lice and fleas within doors, and mosquitoes within doors, and mosquitoes without. We could hardly sleep all the time of our being there, we much fearing that if we should surd. So that on the Friday morning before sunrising we took our leave and departed, Massasoit being both grieved and ashamed that he could no better entertain us, and retaining Squanto to send from place to procure truck for us, and appointing another called Tokamahamon in his place, whom we had found faithful before and after upon all occasions. At this town of Massasoit's, where we before ate, we were again refreshed with a little fish, and bought about a handful of meal of their parched corn, which was very precious at that time of the year, and a small string of dried shellfish, as big as oysters. The latter we gave to the 6 savages that accompanied us, keeping the meal for ourselves. When we drank, we ate each a spoonful of it with a pipe of tobacco, instead of other victuals, and of this also we could not but give them so long as it lasted. 5 miles they led us to a house out of the way, in hope of victuals, but we found nobody there, and so were but worse able to return home. That night we reached to the weir where we lay before, but the Namashuks were returned, so that we had no hope of anything there. One of the savages had shot a shad in the water, and a small squirrel as big as a rat, called a nexis. The 1/2 of either he gave us, and after went to the weir to fish. From hence we wrote to Plymouth, and sent Tokamahamon before to Nemaskett, willing him from thence to send another, that he might meet us with food at Nemaskett. 2 men now only remained with us, and it pleased God to give them good store of fish, so that we were well refreshed. After supper we went to rest, and they to fishing again. More they got and fell to eating afresh, and retained sufficient ready roast for all our breakfasts. Me, being wet and weary, at length we came to Nemaskett. There we refreshed ourselves, giving gifts to all such as had showed us any kindness. About 2 o'clock in the morning arose a great storm of wind, rain, lightning, and thunder, in such violent manner that we could not keep in our fire, and had the savages not roasted fish when we were asleep, we had set forward fasting, for the rain still continued with great violence, even the whole day through, till we came within 2 miles of Ho. Amongst others, one of the 6 that came with us from Pokanoket, having before this on the way unkindly forsaken us, marvelled we gave him nothing, and told us what he had done for us. We also told him of some discourtesies he offered us, whereby he deserved nothing. This abashed him, and gave the rest great content. But at our departure he would needs carry him on his back through a river, whom he had formerly in some sort abused. Yet we gave him a small trifle, whereupon he offered us tobacco. But the house being full of people, we told them he stole some by the way, and if it were of that we would not take it, for we would not receive that which was stolen upon any terms. If we did, our God would be angry with us, and destroy us. Fain, they would have had us to lodge there all night, and wondered we would set forth again in such weather. But, God be praised, we came safe home that night, though wet, weary, and surbated. Illustration, illuminated capital, the 11th of June we set forth, the weather being very fair. Illustration, decorative border, a voyage made by 10 of our men to the kingdom of Norset, to seek a boy that had lost himself in the woods, with such accidents as befell us in that voyage. But ere we had been long at sea, there arose a storm of wind and rain, with much lightning and thunder, insomuch that a spout arose not far from us, but, God be praised, it dured not long, and we put in that night for harbour at a place called Cummackide 98, where we had some hope to find the boy. 2 savages were in the boat with us. The one was Squanto, our interpreter, the other Tokomahaman, a special friend. It being night before we came in, we anchored in the midst of the bay, where we were dry at a low water. In the morning we espied savages seeking lobsters, and sent our 2 interpreters to speak with them, the channel being between them, where they told them what we were, and for what we were come, willing them not at all to fear us, for we would not at all to fear us, for we would not hurt them. Their answer was, that the boy was well, but he was at Norset 99, yet, since we were there, they desired us to come ashore and eat with them, which, as soon as our boat floated, we did, and went 6 ashore, having 4 pledges for them in the boat. They brought us to their sachem, or governor, whom they call Ianov, a man not exceeding 26 years of age, but very personable, gentle, courteous, and fair-conditioned, indeed not like a savage, save for his attire. His entertainment was answerable to his parts, and his cheer plentiful and various. One thing was very grievous unto us at this place. There was an old woman, whom we judged to be no less than 100 years old, which came to see us, because she never saw English, yet could not behold us without breaking forth into great passion, weeping and crying excessively. So we gave her some small trifles, which somewhat appeased her. We demanding the reason of it, they told us she had 3 sons, who, when Master Hunt was in these parts, went aboard his ship to trade with him, and he carried them captives into Spain, for Squanto at that time was carried away also, by which means she also was deprived of the comfort of her children in her old age. We told them we were sorry that any Englishman should give them that offence, that Hunt was a bad man, and that all the English that heard of it condemned him for the same. But for us, we would not offer them any such injury, though it would gain us such injury, though it would gain us all the skins in the country. After dinner we took boat for Norset, Janov and 2 of his men accompanying us. We also sent Squanto to tell Aspinet, the sachem of Norset, wherefore we came. The savages here came very thick amongst us, and were earnest with us to bring in our boat. Ere we came to Nauset, the day and tide were almost spent, insomuch as we could not go in with our shallop, but the sachem, or governor of Cummackide, went ashore, and his men with him. But we neither well could, nor yet desired to do it, because we had least cause to trust them, being they only had formerly made an assault upon us in the same place, in time of our winter discovery for habitation. He promised to come. We used him very kindly for the present. And indeed it was no marvel they did so, for howsoever, through snow or otherwise, we saw no houses, yet we were in the midst of them. When our boat was aground, they came very thick, but we stood therein upon our guard, not suffering any to enter, except 2, the one being of Manamoick, 101 of those whose corn we had formerly found. We promised him restitution, and desired him either to come to Patuxet for satisfaction, or else we would bring them so much corn again. Some few skins we got there, but not many. After sunset, Aspinet came with a great train, and brought the boy with him, one bearing him through the water. He had not less than 100 with him, the half whereof came to the shallop side, unarmed with him. The others stood aloof with their bows and arrows. So they departed from us. There he delivered us the boy, behung with beads, and made peace with us, we bestowing a knife on him, and likewise on another that first entertained the boy and brought him thither. Here we understood that the Narragansetts had spoiled on 101 some of Massasoit's men, and taken him. This struck some fear in us, because the colony was so weakly guarded, the strength thereof being abroad. But we set forth with resolution to make the best haste home we could. Yet the wind being contrary, having scarce any fresh water left, and at least 16 leagues home, we put in again for the shore. There we met again with Eonof, the sachem of Kilmaquid, and the most of his town, both men, women, and children with him. He, being still willing to gratify us, took a Rundletone 102, and led our men in the dark a great way for water, but could find none good, yet brought such as there was on his neck with him. In the meantime, the women joined hand in hand, singing and dancing before the shallop, the men also showing all the kindness they could, Eonof himself taking a bracelet from about his neck, and hanging it upon one of us. Again we set out, but to small purpose, for we gat but little homeward. Our water also was very brackish, and not to be drunk. The soil at Norset and here is alike, even and sandy, not so good for corn as where we are. In the summer they abound with fish. Ships may safely ride in either harbour. The next morning Eonof espied us again, and ran after us. We, being resolved to go to Kilmaquid again to water, took him into the shallop, whose entertainment was not inferior unto the former. Being now watered, we put forth again, and, by God's providence, came safely home that night. Illustration. Illuminated capital at our return from Norset, we found it true that Massasoit was put from his country by the Narragansetts. Illustration. Decorative border, a journey to the kingdom of Nemaskit in defence of the great King Massasoit against the Narragansetts, and to revenge the supposed death of our interpreter Squanto. Word also was brought unto us that Corbitant, a petty sachem, or governor under Massasoit, whom they ever feared to be too conversant with the Narragansetts, was at Nemaskit, who sought to draw the hearts of Massasoit's subjects from him, speaking also disdainfully of us, storming at the peace between Norset, Kilmaquid, and us, and at Squanto, the W. Orker of it, also at Tocamarman, and one Hobomok 2 Indians, or Lemis, 103, one of which he would treacherously have murdered a little before, being a special and trusty man of Massasoit's. Hobomok, seeing that Squanto was taken, and Corbitant held a knife at his breast, being a strong and stout man, broke from them, and came to New Plymouth, full of fear and sorrow for Squanto, whom he thought to be slain. Tocamarmanon went to him, but the other two would not, yet put their lives in their hands, privately went to see if they could hear of their king, and lodging at Nemaskit were discovered to Corbitant, who set a guard to beset the house, and took a guard to beset the house, and took Squanto, for he had said, if he were dead, the English had lost their tongue. On the morrow we set out 10 men armed, who took their journey as aforesaid, but the day proved very wet. Upon this news the company assembled together, and resolved on the morrow to send 10 men armed to Nemaskit, and Hobomok for their guide, to revenge the supposed of Squanto on Corbitant, our bitter enemy, and to retain in Epiof another sachem, Oran, governor, who was of this confederacy, till we heard what was become of our friend Massasoit. When we supposed we were within 3 or 4 miles of Nemaskit, we went out of the way and stayed there till night, because we would not be discovered. There we consulted what to do, and thinking best to beset the house at midnight, each was appointed his task by the captain, all men encouraging one another to the utmost of their power. Before we came to the town, we sat down and ate such as our knapsacks afforded. By night our guide lost his way, which much discouraged our men, being we were wet and weary of our arms. But one of our men, having been before at Nemaskit, brought us into the way again. That being done, we threw them aside, and all such things as might hinder us, and so went on and beset the house, according to our last resolution. Those that entered demanded if Corbitant were not there, but fear had bereft the savages of speech. Notwithstanding, some of them pressed out at a private door and escaped, but with some wounds. We charged them not to stir, for if Corbitant were not there, we would not meddle with them. If he were, we came principally for him, to be avenged on him for the supposed death of Squanto, and other matters. But, howsoever, we would not at all hurt their women or children. At length, perceiving our principal ends, they told us Corbitant was returned with all his train, and that Squanto was yet living, and in the town, offering some tobacco, other such as they had to eat. In this hurly-burly we discharged 2 pieces at random, which much terrified all the inhabitants, except Squanto and Tocamarman, who, though they knew not our end in coming, yet assured them of our honesty, that we would not hurt them. Those boys that were in the house, seeing our care of women, often cried, "Ni squays," that is to say, "I am a woman," the women also hanging upon Hobomok, calling him Tovam, that is, friend. Those that had bows and arrows, we took them away, promising them again when it was day. But, to be short, we kept them we had, and made them make a fire, that we might see to search the house. In the meantime, Hobomok got on the top of the house, and called Squanto and Tokamahman, which came unto us, accompanied with others, some armed, and others naked. The house we took for our better safeguard, but released those we had taken, manifesting whom we came for, and wherefore. On the next morning we marched into the midst of the town, and went to the house of Squanto to breakfast. Thither came all whose hearts were upright towards us, but all Corbiton's faction were fled away. There in the midst of them we manifested again our intendment, assuring them that although Corbiton had now escaped us, yet there was no place should secure him and his from us, if he continued his threatening us, and provoking others against us, who had kindly entertained him, and never intended evil towards him, till he now so justly deserved it. As for those who were wounded, we were sorry for it, though themselves procured it in not staying in the house at our command. Yet if they would return home with us, our surgeon should heal them. Moreover, if Massasoit did not return in safety from Narragansett, or hereafter he should make any insurrection against him, or offer violence to Squanto, Hobomok, or any of Massasoit's subjects, we would revenge it upon him, to the overthrow of him and his. At this offer, one man and a woman that were wounded went home with us. Squanto and many other known friends accompanying us, and offering all help that might be by carriage of anything we had to ease us, so that, by God's good providence, we safely returned home the morrow night after we set forth. A relation of our voyage to the Massachusetts, and what happened there. For these ends the governors chose 10 men fit for the purpose, and sent Squanto and 2 other savages to bring us to speech with the people, and interpret for us. Illustration: illuminated capital. It seemed good to the company in general, that though the Massachusetts had often threatened us, as we were informed, yet we should go amongst them, partly to see the country, partly to make peace with them, and partly to procure their truck. We set out about midnight, 104, the tide then serving for us. We, supposing it to be nearer than it is, thought to be there the next morning betimes, but it proved well near 20 leagues from New Plymouth. We came into the bottom of the bay, 105, but being late we anchored and lay in the shallop, not having seen any of the people. The next morning we put in for the shore. There we found many lobsters that had been gathered together by the savages, which we made ready under a cliff. She told them where the people were. The captain set 2 sentinels behind the cliff to the landward to secure the shallop, and taking a guide with him and 4 of our company, went to seek the inhabitants. Where they met a woman coming for her lobsters, they told her of them, and contented her for them. Squanto went to them. The rest returned, having direction which way to bring the shallop to them. The sachem, or governor of this place, is called Obbetinawat, and though he lives in the bottom of the Massachusetts Bay, yet he is under Massasoit. Again we crossed the bay, which is very large, and hath at least 50 islands in it, but the certain number is not known to the inhabitants. He used us very kindly. He told us he durst not then remain in any settled place, for fear of the Tarantines. 106 also the score sachem. 107, or Massachusetts Queen, was an enemy to him. Night it was, before we came to that side of the bay where this people were. We told him of divers sachems that had acknowledged themselves to be King James his men, and if he also would submit himself, we would be his safeguard from his enemies, which he did, and went along with us to bring us to the squaw sachem. On shore the savages went but found nobody. That night also we rid at anchor aboard the shallop. On the morrow we went ashore, all but 2 men, and marched in arms up in the country. Having gone 3 miles, we came to a place where corn had been newly gathered, a house pulled down, and the people gone. A mile from hence, Nanepashemet, their king, in his lifetime had lived. His house was not like others, but a scaffold was largely built, with poles and planks some 6 feet from ground, and the house upon that, being situated on the top of a hill, a trench breast high was digged on each side. One way there was to go into it with a bridge. In the midst of this palisade stood the frame of a house, wherein, being dead, he lay buried. Not far from hence, in the bottom, we came to a fort built by their deceased king. The manner thus: there were poles some 30 or 40 feet long, stuck in the ground as thick as they could be set one by another, and with these they enclosed a ring, some 40 or 50 feet over. About a mile from hence we came to such another, but seated on the top of a hill. Here Nana Pashimet was killed, none dwelling in it since the time of his death. At this place we stayed, and sent 2 savages to look the inhabitants, and to inform them of our ends in coming, that they might not be fearful of us. With much fear they entertained us at first, but seeing our gentle carriage towards them, they took heart, and entertained us in the best manner they could, boiling cod and such other things as they had for us. Within a mile of this place they found the women of the place together, with their corn on heaps, whither we supposed them to be fled for fear of us, and the more, because in divers places they had newly pulled down their houses, and for haste in one place had left some of their corn covered with a mat, and nobody with it. At length, with much sending for, came one of their men, shaking and trembling for fear. But when he saw we intended them no hurt, but came to truck, he promised us his skins also. Of him we inquired for their queen, but it seemed she was far from thence out, least we could not see her. Here Squanto would have had us rifle the savage women, and taken their skins, and all such things as might be serviceable for us. For, said he, they are a bad people, and have oft threatened you. But our answer was, were they never so bad, we would not wrong them, or give them any just occasion against us. For their words we little weighed them, but if they once attempted anything against us, then we would deal far worse than he desired. Having well spent the day, we returned to the shallop, almost all the women accompanying us to truck, who sold their coats from their backs, and tied boughs about them, but with great shamefadedness, for indeed they are more modest than some of our English women are. We promised them to come again to them, and they us to keep their skins. Within this bay the savages say there are 2 rivers, the one whereof we saw, having a fair entrance, but we had no time to discover it. Better harbours for shipping cannot be than here are. At the entrance of the bay are many rocks, and in all likelihood very good fishing ground. Many, yea, most of the islands have been inhabited, some being cleared from end to end, but the people are all dead or removed. Those parts, our victual growing scarce, the wind coming fair, and having a light moon, we set out at evening, and, through the goodness of God, came safely home before noon the day following. Illustration: decorative border a letter sent from New England to a friend in these parts, setting forth a brief and true declaration of the worth of that plantation, as also certain useful directions for such as intend a voyage into. Illustration: illuminated, capital-loving, and old friend, 108, although I received no letter from you by this ship, 109, yet forasmuch as I know you expect the performance of my promise, which was to write unto you truly and faithfully of all things, I have therefore at this time sent unto you accordingly, referring you for further satisfaction to our more large relations. 110, you shall understand that in this little time that a few of us have been here, we have built 7 dwelling houses, and 4 for the use of the plantation, and have made preparation for divers others. Our corn did prove well, and, God be praised, we had a good increase of Indian corn, and our barley indifferent good, but our peas not worth the gathering, for we feared they were too late sown. We set the last spring some 20 acres of Indian corn, and sowed some 6 acres of barley and peas, and according to the manner of the Indians, we manured our ground with herrings, or rather shads, which we have in great abundance, and take with having great abundance, and take with great ease at our doors. They came up very well, and blossomed, but the sun parched them in the blossom. N. and others. Our harvest being gotten in, our governor sent 4 men on fowling, that so we might, after a special manner, rejoice together, after we had gathered the fruit of our labours. 111 they 4 in one day killed as much fowl as with a little help beside, served the company almost a week. And although it be not always so plentiful as it was at this time with us, yet, by the goodness of God, we are so far from want that we often wish you partakers of our plenty. At which time, amongst other recreations, we exercised our arms, many of the Indians coming amongst us, and among the rest their greatest king Massasoit, with some 90 men, whom for 3 days we entertained and feasted, and went out and killed 5 deer, which they brought to the plantation, and bestowed on our governor, and upon the captive. We have found the Indians very faithful in their covenant of peace with us, very loving, and ready to pleasure us. We often go to them, and they come to us. Some of us have been 50 miles by land in the country with them, the occasions and relations whereof you shall understand, by our general and more full declaration of such things as are worth the noting. To that end, 112, yea, and flown 113 at sea, which we never saw, hath also, together with the former, yielded willingly to be under the protection, and subject to our sovereign Lord King James. Yea, it hath pleased God so to possess the Indians with a fear of us, and love unto us, that not only the greatest king amongst them, called Massasoit, but also all the princes and peoples round about us, have either made suit unto us, or been glad suit unto us, or been glad of any occasion to make peace with us, so that 7 of them at once have sent their messengers to us, so that there is now great peace amongst the Indians themselves, which was not formerly, neither would have been but for us. And we for our parts walk as peaceably and safely in the wood as in the highways in England. We entertain them familiarly in our houses, and they as friendly, bestowing their venison on us. They are a people without any religion or knowledge of any god, yet very trusty, quick of apprehension, right-witted, just. The men and women go naked, only a skin about their middles. For the temper of the air, here it agreeth well with that in England, and if there be any difference at all, this is somewhat hotter in summer. Some think it to be colder in winter, but I cannot out of experience so say. The air is very clear and not foggy, as hath been reported. I never in my life remember a more seasonable year than we have here enjoyed, and if we have once but kine, horses, and sheep, I make no question but men might live as contented here as in any part of the world. We have mussels, and Othus 114 at our doors. For fish and fowl we have great abundance. Fresh cod in the summer is but coarse meat with us. Our bay is full of lobsters all the summer, and affordeth variety of other fish. In September we can take a hogshead of eels in a night, with small labour, and can dig them out of their beds all the winter. Oysters we have none near, but we can have them brought by the Indians when we will. All the springtime the earth sendeth forth, naturally very good, salad herbs, 115. Here are grapes, white and red, and very sweet and strong also. Strawberries, gooseberries, raspberries, 116, etc. Plums of 3 sorts, with black and red, being almost as good as a damson. Abundance of roses, white, red, and damask. Single, but very sweet indeed. The country wanteth only industrious men to employ, for it would grieve your hearts, if, as I, you had seen so many miles together by goodly rivers uninhabited, and withal to consider those parts of the world wherein you live to be even greatly burdened with abundance of people. Our supply at Manone 17 from you came the 9th of November, 1621, putting in at Cape Cod, some 8 or 10 leagues from us. These things I thought good to let you understand, being the truth of things as near as I could experimentally take knowledge of, and that you might, on our behalf, give God thanks who hath dealt so favourably with us. The Indians that dwell thereabout were they who were owners of the corn which we found in caves, for which we have given them full content, and are in great league with them. We supposed. They sent us word there was a ship near unto them, but thought it to be a Frenchman, and indeed for ourselves we expected not a friend so soon. But when we perceived that she made for our bay, the governor commanded a great piece to be shot off, to call home such as were abroad at work. Whereupon every man, yea, boy that could handle a gun, were ready, with full resolution, that if she were an enemy, we would stand in our just defence, not fearing them, but God provided better for us than ha. These came all in health, not any being sick by the way otherwise than by sea-sickness, and so continue at this time, by the blessing of God. The good wife Ford was delivered of a son the first night she landed, and both of them are very well. When it pleaseth God, we are settled and fitted for the fishing business, and other trading. I doubt not, but by the blessing of God, the gain will give content to all. In the meantime, that we have gotten, We have sent by this ship 118, and though it be not much, yet it will witness for us that we have not been idle, considering the smallness of our number, all this summer. We hope the merchants will accept of it, and be encouraged to furnish us with things needful for further employment, which will also encourage us to put forth ourselves to the uttermost. Be careful to have a very good bread-room to put your biscuits in. Now, because I expect your coming unto use 119 with other of our friends, whose company we much desire, I thought good to advertise 120 you a few things needful. Let your cask for beer and water be iron-bound for the first time, if not more. Let not your meat be dry, salted known, can better do it, than the sailors. Let your meal be so hard trod in your cask that you shall need an AEZ, or hatchet, to work it out with. Build your cabins as open as you can, and bring good store of clothes and bedding with you. Trust not too much on us for corn at this time, for by reason of this last company that came, depending wholly upon us, we shall have little enough till harvest. Be careful to come by some of your meal, to spend by the way it will much refresh you. Bring every man a musket, or fowling piece. Let your piece be long in the barrel, and fear not the weight of it, for most of our shooting is from stand. Bring juice of lemons, and take it fasting, it is of good use. For hot waters, aniseed water is the best, but use it sparingly. If you bring anything for comfort in the country, butter or sallet oil, or both is very good. Let your shot be most for big fowls, and bring store of powder and shot. Our Indian corn, even the coarsest, maketh as pleasant meat as rice. Therefore spare that unless to spend by the way. Bring paper and linseed oil for your windows, with cotton yarn for your lamps. Resting in him, your loving friend, E.W. 121 Plymouth, in New England, this 11th of December, 1621. I forbear further to write for the present, hoping to see you by the next return, so I take my leave, commending you to the Lord for a safe conduct unto us. Reasons and considerations touching the lawfulness of removing out of England into the parts of America. Side note. The preamble illustration. Illuminated capital forasmuch as many exceptions are daily made against the going into and inhabiting of foreign desert places to the hindrances of plantations abroad, and the increase of distractions at home, it is not amiss that some which have been filled. Ear witnesses of the exceptions made, and are either agents or abettors of such removals and plantations, do seek to give content to the world in all things that possibly they can. And although the most of the opposites are such as either dream of raising their fortunes here, 122 to that, than which there is nothing more unlike, or such as affecting their home-born country so vehemently, as that they had rather, although all their friends, beg, yea, starve in it, than undergo a little difficulty in seeking abroad. Yet are there some, who, out of doubt in tenderness of conscience, and fear to offend God by running before they be caught, are straitened, and do straiten others from going to foreign plantations. N the head, considering it is the first attempt that hath been made that I know of to defend those enterprises. Reason would, therefore, that if any man of deeper reach and better judgment see further or otherwise, that he rather instruct me than deride me. For whose cause especially I have been drawn, out of my good affection to them, to publish some reasons that might give them content and satisfaction, and also stay and stop the wilful and witty caviller. And herein I trust I shall not be blamed of her. Any godly wise, though through my slender judgment I should miss the mark, and not strike the nail also. Side note, cautions and being studious for brevity, we must first consider that whereas God of old did call and summon our fathers by predictions, dreams, visions, and certain illuminations to go from their countries, places, and habitations. Side note, Heb 1:1:2, but speaks in another manner, and so we must apply ourselves to God's present dealing, and not to his wonted dealing, and as the miracle of giving man a side note, Josh 5:12. Ceased when the fruits of the land became plenty, so 2:19. Neither must any so much as imagine that there will now be any such thing. Side note, PS 105:13, God did once so train up his people, but now he doth not. God, having such a plentiful storehouse of directions in his holy word, there must not now any extraordinary revelations be expected. Side note, General 12, 1, 2, 35, 1. To reside and dwell here or there, and to wander up and down from city to city, and land to land, according to his will and pleasure. Now there is no such calling to be expected for any matter whatsoever. Side note, Nat.U. Neither is there any land or possession now, like unto the possession which the Jews had in Canaan. But now the ordinary examples and precepts of the Scriptures, reasonably and rightly understood and applied, must be the voice and word that must call us, press us, and direct us in every action. Only no land so appropriated, none typical, much less any that can be said to be given of God to any nation, as was Canaan, which they and their seed must dwell in, till God sendeth upon them sword or captivity. Side note, General 17:8. Being legally holy and appropriated unto a holy people, the seed of Abraham, in which they dwelt securely and had their days prolonged, it being by an immediate voice said, that he, the Lord, gave it them as a land of rest after their weary travels, and a type of eternal rest in heaven. But now there is no land of that sanctum, but now we are all in all places strangers and pilgrims, travellers and sojourners, most properly, having no dwelling but in this earthen tabernacle. Our dwelling is but a wandering, and our abiding but as a fleeting, and, in a word, our home is nowhere but in the heavens. Side note, to Cor 5:1-3. In that house not made with hands, whose maker and builder is God, and to which all ascend that love the coming of our Lord Jesus. Side note, so were the Jews, but yet their temporal blessings and inheritances were more large than ours. Side note, object. Though then there may be reasons to persuade a man to live in this or that land, yet there cannot be the same reasons which the Jews had, but now as natural, civil and religious bands tie men, so they must be bound, and as good reasons for things, terrene and heavenly appear, so they must be led. Side note, and Zabur 1. And so, here falleth in our question, how a man that is here born and bred, and hath lived some years, may remove himself into another country. What persons may hence remove? I answer, a man must not respect only to live, and do good to himself, but he should see where he can live to do most good to others. For, as one saith, he whose living is but for himself, it is time he were dead. Some men there are who of necessity must here live, as being tied to duties, either to church, commonwealth, household, kindred, etc., why they should remove. Side note, 2. But others, and that many, who do no good in none of those, nor can do none, as being not able, or not in favour, or as wanting opportunity, and live as outcasts, nobodies, eyesores, eating but for themselves, teaching but themselves, and doing but themselves, and doing good in to none, either in soul or body, and so pass over days, years, and months, yea, so live, and so die. Now such should lift up their eyes, and see whether there be not some other place and country to which they may go to do good, and have use towards others of that knowledge, wisdom, humanity, reason, strength, skill, faculty, etc., which God hath given them for the service of others and his own glory. Side note, Rees. 1. But not to pass the bounds of modesty, so far as to name any, though I confess I know many, who sit here still. Or an hour of rest to further the knowledge and salvation of the sons of Adam in that new world, where a drop of the knowledge of Christ is most precious, which is here not set by. Now what shall we say to such a profession of Christ, to which is joined no more denial of a man's self? Side note, object. Side note, Luke 19:20. With their talent in a napkin, having notable endowments both of body and mind, and might do great good if they were in some places, which here do none, nor can do none, and yet through fleshly fear, niceness 123, straightness of heart, etc., etc., sit still and look on, and will not hazard a dram of health, nor a day of pleasure, N. But some will say, what right have I to go live in the heathen's country? Side note, Rees. Side note, Ansdell. Letting pass the ancient discoveries, contracts, and agreements which our Englishmen have long since made in those parts, together with the acknowledgment of the histories and chronicles of other nations, who profess the land of America, from the Cape to Florida, unto the Bay of Canada, which is south and north 300 leagues. And upwards, and east and west, further than yet, hath been discovered is proper to the King of England yet, letting that pass, lest I be thought to meddle further than it concerns me, or further than I have discerning, I will mention such things as are within my reach, knowledge, sight, and practice, since I have travailed in these affairs. 2. And first, seeing we daily pray for the conversion of the heathens, we must consider whether there be not some ordinary means and course for us to take to convert them, or whether prayer for them be only referred to God's extraordinary work from heaven. Now it seemeth unto me that we ought also to endeavour and use the means to convert them, and the means cannot be used unless we go to them, or they come to us. To us they cannot come. Our land is full. To them we may go. Their land is empty. Side note, Rees. 3. This, then, is a sufficient reason to prove our going thither to live lawful. Their land is spacious and void, and there are few and do but run over the grass, as do also the foxes and wild beasts. Side note, Rees. They are not industrious, neither have art, science, skill, or faculty to use either the land or the commodities of it, but all spoils, rots, and is marred for want of manuring, gathering, ordering, etc. Plantation. As the ancient patriarchs therefore removed from straighter places into more roomy, where the land lay idle and waste, and none used it, though there dwelt inhabitants by them, as General 13, 6.1112, and 34.21, and 41.21, which make so is it, and lawful now to take our land, which none useth, and make use of it. 4. This is to be considered as respecting New England, and the territories about thee, and as it is a common land, or unused and undressed country, so we have it by common consent, composition, and agreement, which agreement is double. D. Narragansett, Nemasket, etc., with divers others that dwell about the bays of Patuxet and Massachusetts. First, the imperial governor Massasoit, whose circuits in likelihood are larger than England and Scotland, hath acknowledged the King's Majesty of England to be his master and commander, and that once in my hearing, yea, and in writing, under his seeing, and in writing, under his hiss, hand to Captain Standish, both he and many other kings, which are under him, as Paumet, Norset, Pumaki, neither hath this been accomplished by threats and blows, or shaking of sword and sound of trumpet. For as our faculty that way is small, and our strength less, so our warring with them is after another manner, namely by friendly usage, love, peace, honest and just carriages, good counsel, etc., that so we and they may not only live in peace in fact. T-land, side note, PSS 110, 48, 3, and they yield subjection to an earthly prince, but that as voluntaries they may be persuaded at length to embrace the Prince of Peace, Christ Jesus, and rest in peace with him for ever. Secondly, this composition is also more particular and applicatory, as touching ourselves there inhabiting. The Emperor, by joint consent, hath promised and appointed us to live at peace where we will in all his dominions, taking what place we will in all his dominions, and as much land as we will, and bringing as many people as we will, and that for these two causes. Our uncivility provoke them to anger is most plain in other relations, 124, which show that the things they did were more out of love than out of fear. First, because we are the servants of James, King of England, whose the land, as he confesseth, is. Second, because he hath found us just, honest, kind, and peaceable, and so loves our company, yea, and that in these things there is no dissimulation on his part, nor fear of breach, except our security engender in them some unthought of treachery, or our occasion here, to live there as well as here. It being then, first, a vast and empty chaos. Secondly, acknowledge the right of our sovereign king. Thirdly, by a peaceable composition in part, possessed of divers of his loving subjects, I see not who can doubt or call in question the lawfulness of Horace, of inhabiting or dwelling there, but that it may be as lawful for such as are not tied upon some speck. EPS 49, 5. Compass them at the heels, and where they shall have a day without grief, or a lease of life for a moment. Yea, And as the enterprise is weighty and difficult, so the honour is more worthy to plant a rude wilderness, to enlarge the honour and fame of our dread sovereign, but chiefly to display the efficacy and power of the gospel, both in zealous preaching, professing, and wise walking under it, before the faces of these poor blind infidels. As for such as object the tediousness of the voyage thither, the danger of pirates' robbery, of the savages' treachery, etc., these are but lions in the way. Sidenote. And it were well for such men if they were in heaven, for who can show them a place in this world where iniquity shall not sidenote, and contempt of his most glorious gospel? Sidenote, Sidenote, Nat. 634. And who can tell, but God, what dangers may lie at our doors, even in our native country, or what plots may be abroad, or when God will cause our sun to go down at noondays, and in the midst of our peace and security lay upon us, Sidenote, Amos 8:9, some lasting scourge for our so long neglect. But we have here great peace, plenty of the gospel, and many sweet delights and variety of comforts. Sidenote. Trom 32:25. Sidenote. Anzobia. True indeed, and far be it from us to deny and diminish the least of these mercies, but have we rendered unto God thankful obedience for this long peace, whilst other peoples have been at wars? Have we not rather murmured, repined, and fallen at wars amongst ourselves, whilst our peace hath lasted with foreign power? Was there ever more suits in law, more envy, contempt, and reproach than nowadays? Abraham and Lot departed asunder, pressing and oppressing in town and country, about farms, trades, traffic, etc., so as a man can hardly anywhere set up a trade, but he shall pull down 2 of his neighbours. Sidenote. General 13, 9, 10. When there fell a breach betwixt them, which was occasioned by the straitness of the land, and surely I am persuaded that howsoever the frailties of men are principal in all contentions, yet the straitness of the place is such as each man is fain to pluck his means, as it were, out of his neighbour's throat. There is such. Multitudes get their means of life by prating, and so do numbers more by begging. The towns abound with young tradesmen, and the hospitals are full of the ancient. The country is replenished with new farmers, and the almshouses are filled with old labourers. Many there are who get their living with bearing burdens, but more are who get their living with bearing burdens, but more are fain to burden the land with their whole bodies, cannot but produce such effects more and more, so as every indifferent-minded man should be ready to say with Father Abraham, Take thou the right hand, and I will take the left. Let us not thus oppress, straiten, and afflict one another, but seeing there is a spacious land, the way to which is through the sea, we will end this difference in a day. Neither come these straits upon men always through intemperance, ill husbandry, indiscretion, etc., as some think, but even the most wise, sober, and discreet men go often to the war, when they have done their best, wherein, as God's providence swayeth all, so it is easy to see that the straitness of the place, having in it so many straight hearts, that I speak nothing about the bitter contention that hath been about religion, by writing, disputing, and inveighing earnestly one against another, the heat of which zeal, if it were turned against the rude barbarism of the heathens, it might do more good in a day than it hath done here in many years, on by violence, and take it as it were by force. Sidenote, the last let, neither of the little love to the gospel, and profit which is made by the preachers in most places, which might easily drive the zealous to the heathens, who, no doubt, if they had but a drop of that knowledge which here flieth about the streets, would be filled with exceeding great joy and gladness, as that they would even pluck the kingdom of Heav. The greatest let on 125 that is yet behind is the sweet fellowship of friends, and the satiety of bodily delights. But can there be 2 nearer friends almost than Abraham and Lot, or than Paul and Barnabas? Neither must men take so much thought for the flesh, as not to be pleased, except they can pamper their bodies with variety of dainties. Nature is content with little, and health is much endangered by mixtures upon the stomach. And yet, upon as little occasions as we have here, they departed asunder, 2 of them being patriarchs of the church of old, the other the apostles of the church which is new, and their covenants were such as it seemeth might bind as much as any day. Covenant between men at this day, and yet to avoid greater inconveniences they departed asunder. The delights of the palate do often inflame the vital parts, as the tongue setteth afire the whole body. Side-note. James 3:6. Secondly, varieties here are not common to all, but many good men are glad to snap at a crust. The rent-taker lives on sweet morsels, but the rent-payer eats a dry crust, often with watery eyes, and it is nothing to say what someone of 100 hath, but what the bulk, body, and commonalty hath, which I warrant you is short enough, and they also, which now live so sweetly, hardly will their children attain to that privilege, but some circumventor or other will outstrip them, and make them sit in the dust, to which men are brought in one age, but cannot get out of it again in 7 generations. To conclude, without all partiality, the present consumption which groweth upon us here, whilst the land groaneth under so many close-fisted and unmerciful men, being compared with the easiness, plainness, and plentifulness in living in those remote places, may quickly persuade any man to a liking of this course, and to practice a removal, which by thy honest, godly, and industrious men, they shall there be right heartily welcome. But for other of dissolute and profane life, their rooms are better than their companies. For if here, where the gospel hath been so long and plentifully taught, they are yet frequent in such vices as the heathen would shame to speak of, what will they be when there is less restraint in word and deed? R.C. 126, Finis footnotes. My only suit to all men is, that whether they live there or here, they would learn to use this world as they used it not, keeping faith and a good conscience, both with God and men, that when the day of account shall come, they may come forth as good and fruitful servants, and freely be received, and enter into the joy of their master. An immense body of literature, both popular and scholarly, has been written on the story of the Pilgrims, and much of it is excellent. Poein, the biblical sense of God's chosen people, or simply members of a Christian church. One of the most comprehensive accounts is also one of the most enjoyable. George F. Willison's Saints and Strangers, New York, 1945, combines exhaustive scholarship with style and wit. 3 so called because they were unknown to members of the Leyden congregation, having been enlisted by the sponsors of the expedition. 4 the Pilgrims originally embarked in 2 ships at Southampton, 5 August 1620, but because the Speedwell leaked dangerously, they put in at Dartmouth for repairs. When they returned to the open sea, they discovered that she still shipped water. Turning to the nearest port, they reluctantly decided to abandon the Speedwell as unseaworthy, and many of the party transferred to the already crowded Mayflower, while a few decided to defer their emigration. The successful voyage from Plymouth began 6 September, with their 3rd departure from the homeland. 5th Thomas Prince, A Chronological History of New England. Boston, 1736, Vol. 3, I. Pt. 2 P71, F.N. 38. Mort's Relation, Boston, 1865. 6. Although portions of the book have been reprinted frequently, the only other presentation of the full text was a facsimile in an edition limited to 285 copies, prepared by Henry M. Dexter, and entitled I. Henry M. Dexter, and entitled. The best known and most widely available edition includes annotation and uniform spelling, but is marred by some minor omissions and transpositions. Alexander Young, 110, 249. It is a heavily annotated volume, and Dexter's monumental effort has aided a generation of scholars, but his meticulous attention to faithful reproduction of the original, letter for letter, makes it formidable to any but a dedicated student. Chronicles of the Pilgrim Fathers, Boston, 1841, PPI. 7, presumably, the initials of John Pierce. Pierce was a London businessman, one of the merchant adventurers who had contributed to the Mayflower's first voyage. They were delighted to receive this confirmation of their legal rights, and may have dedicated the book to him in gratitude. It is possible that he underwrote the printing of the book. It is certain that the patent to lands occupied by the Pilgrim's virtual squatters for almost a year was finally issued in his name in trust for the settlers. Only later did they learn of the many devious ways in which he tried to cheat them. 9, presumably, a misprint for the initials of Robert Cushman. See Introduction. 8. Acknowledging their indebtedness to Sir Ferdinando Gorges and his partners in the Council for New England, formerly the 2nd Virginia Company and the Plymouth Company, who exercised legal authority over the area which had previously been called Northern Virginia. 10th, the writer studiously avoids mentioning the grim fact that more than half of the group who sailed on the Mayflower had already died. 11, although they were pioneer settlers in New England, the Pilgrims had not come to unknown territory. This portion of the coast had been sailed by Giovanni de Verrazzano as early as 1524. Probably the first Englishman to visit the area was Bartholomew Gosnold in 1602. In 1605, George Weymouth commanded a voyage of exploration and trade and kidnapped 5 Indians in Maine, of whom one, Squanto, later befriended the Pilgrims. By 1608, Samuel de Champlain had even charted the port du Cap de St. Louis, which was to become Plymouth Harbour. Captain John Smith's map of New England, prepared on a voyage in 1614, already shows the site named Plymouth. Apparently 2 mates or pilots of the Mayflower had sailed the coast previously. See Introduction. 13. Presumably the initials of John Robinson, pastor of the Leyden congregation. 12. The reasons for assuming that the writer is George Morton have been discussed in the introduction. 14. Bradford's of Plymouth Plantation identifies this as the Hudson River, where the New Netherlands Company had invited the Pilgrims to settle. 15. Presumably Provincetown Harbour, Portage. 10 leagues appears too short a distance from Cape Cod to the Hudson. 10 may here be a misprint, or reference may be to the appropriate latitude rather than to the mouth of the river. 16. To vomit and have diarrhea 17 members of the Leyden congregation were fearful of mutiny and other abuses by some of the many strangers who had joined the group in England. The party had no patent for New England, so that they would have been a people outside the law as soon as they disembarked, and individual license could have posed a real threat. 18. The following is the earliest known text of the famous Mayflower Compact. The original document has never been found. As evidenced in the signatures, the distinction between masters and servants remained, and women had no legal voice but were still chattel. John Quincy Adams overstated the case when he said that this is perhaps the only instance in human history of that positive social compact which speculative philosophers have imagined as the only legitimate source of government. Nevertheless, it is an unusual document in which the concept of self-government emerges so sharply during a time when the divine right of kings was assumed. It is clearly modelled on the covenants, or combinations, which characterized most separatist congregations, and is presaged in Reverend Robinson's farewell letter. 19. The names of the signers were first printed in Nathaniel Morton's New England's Memorial, Cambridge, 1669. Gilbert Winslow, 20 spades, 21A large longboat, which can be rowed, or fitted with a small mast and sails. In alphabetical order they are John Alden, Isaac Allerton, John Allerton, John Billington, William Bradford, William Brewster, Richard Britteridge, Peter Brown, John Carver, James Chilton, Richard Clark, Francis Cook, John Crackstone, Edward Doughton, Francis Eaton, Thomas English, Moses Fletcher, Edward Fuller, Samuel Full. R. Richard Gardner, John Goodman, Stephen Hopkins, John Howland, Edward Leicester, Edmund Margeson, Christopher Martin, William Mullins, Diggory Priest, John Ridgedale, Thomas Rogers, George Sowell, Miles Standish, Edward Tilley, John Tilley, Thomas Tinker, John Turner, Richard Warren, William White, Thomas Williams, Edward Winslow. 22A. An indication of the overcrowded conditions aboard the Mayflower is the fact that some passengers slept in the shallop, which had been partially disassembled for easier storage. 24. Overturned. 25 cf. Note 2, p. 16. 23rd. Frequent mention of sassafras is understandable in view of the immense commercial value of that plant in the early 17th century. The root and bark were sold as medicines throughout the Old World. 26. It is little wonder that the Indians later took the Pilgrims to task for having appropriated dried corn from such caches where it had been stored. 27. Most of their guns were matchlocks. 31. Hafting 32 more likely, pneumonia. 28. Sapling. 29. Artfully, skilfully. 30A. Quaint touch of humour. 33 D. Corn. 34 knowledge of Indian attacks on white settlers in the Spanish colonies and in what is now Virginia had led the Pilgrims to expect ill of them. 36 of a yard. 35 E. The slow-burning wicks of their matchlock muskets. 37A. Large strong needle used for sewing packages in stout cloth. 38 H. 39 Zimmer. Boyle 40 Aguam, now Ipswich, Massachusetts. 41 Harpoon. 42 is Wound. 43 Brooks. 44 E. 45 inches. 45 A saplings. 46A. Kind of flintlock musket. 47 This defies translation. Clearly there is nothing here that can be construed as referring to Plymouth Rock. It is probably less an accurate transcription of specific Algonquian words than an Englishman's vague approximation of the incomprehensible sounds which seemed threatening to him in such a context. 48th landing at Plymouth is reported here as having been almost fortuitous, although some scholars believe that a few of the leaders may long before have planned to settle at that site. 49 int. 50 presumably a misprint for skate. 54 raspen. 51 spades. 50 Toulouse friable earth. 53 for tile. Rich. 55th the Pilgrims were in a situation far different from that of later pioneers, who settled elsewhere as independent farmers. According to the terms of their stringent contract with the merchant adventurers, their primary concern was to produce saleable goods, e.g., fish, lumber, furs for their sponsors. This commitment was to endure 7 years, during which the sponsors were to continue their support of the settlers. The English businessmen seem to have taken full advantage of the dependent situation of the Pilgrims, who had no other sources of supply nor outlets for their goods. 56 Clark's Island in Plymouth Harbour. 57 Guard House, i.e., a shelter affording some security against possible attack. 58 Mistress of a Household, a title of respect. 59 A.D., 8 by 49 feet. 60 Oneida E., approximately 600 feet. 60th Mayflower was a vessel of 180 tons. 62 Hitbone. 63 presumably a misprint for Carver. There is no other mention of a lever in the party. During these early months, however, it may conceivably refer to a more fundamental structural feature in temporary huts of wattle and daub construction, where mud is the principal material, daubed over a framework of small saplings. 64 opens. 65 fence stave. 66 may refer to mud used for plastering the inner side of clapboard walls, typical of the frame houses which were among the first permanent buildings at Plymouth. 67A cannon with 3-inch bore, firing a 4-pound shot. 68, presumably a misprint for Saker, a cannon with 4-inch bore, firing a 6-pound shot. 74 E, 9 inches. 73, presumably Monhegan Island off southeastern Maine. 75A, generic term for liquor. 69 small cannons with 1-inch bore, firing pound shots, 70 beefs, 71 hard. Steadily 72 in first encounter, the Pilgrims were hardly hospitable to Samoset, whose friendly help in many respects was invaluable to them in later years. 77 AIE to the Wampanoag village, where Massasoit was station. 78 actually members of a crew led by Captain Thomas Dermer on an expedition sponsored by Gorges. 79 Thomas Hunt, captain of a ship in Captain John Smith's company. 76th fact that bubonic plague had recently decimated a major portion of the indigenous population along the entire coast of New England was interpreted by the Pilgrims as divine intervention, and served as a convenient rationalization for English claims to the land. 80 in Spain. 86, presumably a misprint for Williams. 81 leggings. 80 Toiland was little better known than New England in the early 17th century, and comparisons between Indians and Irishmen are frequent in the descriptive accounts of English explorers of the period. There is no other mention of a Williamson in the early Plymouth sources. 83 Clowns. 84 Smoked. 85th The Adventures of Somerset, Squanto, and other Indians who had been kidnapped and taken to Europe before whites settled in New England are recounted with accuracy and appropriate colour by Caroline T. Foreman. Indians abroad, 1493 to 1938, Norman, 1943. 87 This first American Mutual Security Pact remained inviolate throughout Massasoit's life. He and his eldest son, Vamsuta, named Alexander by the English, signed such a treaty in Plymouth in 1639, and it was ratified and confirmed by the colonial government. The peace was broken in 1675, for which most historians blame Vamsuta's brother and successor, Metacom, King Philip, 88 deep, 80 Nemilberry 90th journey to Pocano Kate took place in the summer of 1621. During the preceding 3 months, which are unreported in this journal, Bradford notes that almost half of the settlers died in the general sickness. None abandoned the enterprise, however, and the Mayflower returned empty to England. 91st derivation of this name is not clear. 6 different spellings occur even within this book: Plymouth and New Plymouth, both on the title page. Plymouth, Plymouth, New Plymouth, and New Plymouth. It is true that Plymouth was the town from which the settlers had finally set sail from their native country, having been kindly entertained and courteously used by divers friends, their dwelling. Furthermore, the land company which granted their patent had once been called the Plymouth Company. But we need evoke neither sentimentalism nor commercial diplomacy on the part of the Pilgrims to account for the name. In fact, this site was called Plymouth on the map which they carried on the Mayflower, from Captain John Smith's description of New England. 92 now, Middleborough, Massachusetts. London, 1616. Supposedly, it was arbitrarily so designated by Prince Charles when Smith showed him a draft of the map. 93. Now, the Mount Hope area of Bristol, Rhode Island. 94. Cultivate. Till 95, admirably 96, the wife of James. I had died more than a year before the Pilgrims sailed from England. 99 now, Eastham, Massachusetts. 97. Fatigued. Bruised. 98 now, Barnstable, Massachusetts. 100 now, Chatham, Massachusetts. 109, early 17th century usage. This could imply anything from disarming to kidnapping, from robbing to killing. 100 Tosmall Keg. 130's passage defies interpretation. Or Lemis has no sense in 17th century English or local Indian languages. 105a, E. Boston Harbour. 104 Bradford's of Plymouth Plantation sets the date of this embarkation as 18 September 1621. Most previous editors have assumed this to be a misprint for our allies. I am not altogether happy with that interpretation, but have nothing better to offer. 106, presumably the Abnaki, an Algonquian tribe of eastern Maine. See introduction. 107, presumably the widow of Nane Passionate. Perhaps the loving and old friend of the author is George Morton, who presumably edited the Relations for publication. 108 following appears to be a covering letter which may have accompanied the manuscript journal when it was sent from Plymouth. 109. Fortune, first to follow the Mayflower. 110 E. The preceding 5 narratives. 111 the following is the earliest description of the first Thanksgiving. The dates are not specified, nor is there specific mention of turkeys as comprising part of the feast, although they doubtless did. 112th the author here probably refers to the following document, which was printed in 1669 in Morton's, in witness whereof, and as a testimonial of the same, we have subscribed our names or marks as followeth. Oquamahud, Conacom, Obatinua, Natawahant, Combatant, Chikatabak, Quadikina, Hutamuedin, Apano, New England's Memorial. September 13th, Anno Dom, 1621. Know all men by these presents, that we whose names are underwritten do acknowledge ourselves to be the loyal subjects of King James, King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, defender of the faith. See 113o, such word occurs in either 17th century English or local Indian languages. It is presumably a misprint for Isle, i.e. Isle, referring to Martha's Vineyard. Perhaps it is a misprint for others. 114. This also defies identification. 115 i.e. salad greens. 116 raspberries, 117:35 new settlers arrived on the Fortune, of whom some had set out with the original party, but had to return to Plymouth, England, with the disabled ship. Speedwell, Austin Nicholas, William Palmer, William Pitt, Thomas Prince, Moses Simonson, Hugh Stacy, James Stewart, William Tench, John Winslow, William Wright. Also aboard was Robert Cushman, who presumably carried the manuscript journal back to England with him on the journey. Fortune's return trip a month later. The newly arrived heads of family were in alphabetical order: John Adams, William Bassett, William Beale, Edward Bompas, Jonathan Brewster, Clement Briggs, John Cannon, William Connor, Thomas Cushman, Stephen Dean, Philip Delanoye, Thomas Flavel, Widow Ford, Robert Hicks, William Hilton, Bennett Morgan, Thomas Morton. 118 Bradfords. Of Plymouth plantation. Describes the need. Fortune's cargo as comprising beaver skins, clapboards, and sassafras, all of which was stolen by French privateers shortly before her arrival in London. See Introduction. 119 George Morton, to whom this letter was presumably written, did come with the next party, on the ship Anne. 120 advise. 121, presumably, Edward Winslow. 122, Die in England. See Introduction. 125 Hindrance. 126, presumably, Robert Cushman. 123 Shyness. 124, that is, the preceding journal. Illustration. The Mayflower weighing about 180 tons, and only about 106 feet long, the overcrowded. Mayflower must have had a rough voyage. No one knows exactly what the original. The Pilgrims sailed across the North Atlantic to avoid pirates who frequented the more temperate latitudes. Mayflower looked like, but this reconstruction of a typical ship of the time and class is probably very similar. Illustration. Indian wigwam. Illustration. The Shallop small groups of pilgrims explored Cape Cod and Clark's Island before selecting Plymouth as the site for their settlement. They plied between the Mayflower and the shore in a shallop, a large open boat which could be rowed and or fitted with sails. This reconstructed wigwam and its contents are like those encountered by the Pilgrims during their first explorations. Illustration. Constructing a house at Plymouth, members of the group early agreed that each family should build its own house. The bark huts of their Algonquian Indian neighbors soon became familiar shelters to the Pilgrims, whose descriptive accounts allow us to understand much of the native way of life which fast disappeared in New England. Roofs were thatched with bundles of rushes and grass, which provided a good watershed, but could easily be fired by a spark from the chimney, as is graphically described in Maud's Relation. Illustration. Pilgrim house in winter. Pilgrim houses like this may have been almost as snug as log cabins, which were unknown in America until several years later. Illustration. A Pilgrim family, everyone had to work at securing food during the first difficult years in the new plantation. Clapboards prepared by the Pilgrims also constituted a major portion of the first shipment, which was sent back to the sponsoring merchant adventurers in England. Corn, pumpkin, and turkey came to be major items in the diet of the Pilgrims, after they learned their uses from the Indians. Massasoit and 90 other Indians were welcomed and contributed 5 deer to the 3-day harvest festival. Illustration. The first Thanksgiving it must have been a festive occasion when, our harvest being gotten in, our governor sent 4 men on fowling, that so we might after a special manner rejoice together, after we had gathered the fruit of our labours. Illustration. Pilgrims going to church, most of the Pilgrims, were separatists who were opposed to the forms of the Church of England, but spent most of the Sabbath in informal services combining social and religious activities. Fear of Indian attack made the first settlers cautious, so they rarely travelled unarmed, and in 1622-23 built a combined fort and meeting house, although they were fortunate in enjoying warm relations with neighbouring tribes for several years. Photographs from Plymouth plantation. The plantation includes full-scale replicas of the Mayflower, the Shallop, and the original settlement, much as they probably looked in 1627. The preceding photographs, illustrating modern reconstructions of things familiar to the Pilgrims, were generously provided by Plymouth Plantation in Plymouth, Massachusetts. During that year, the first census was recorded, and the herd, which had been owned in common, was divided. Records kept by administrators of the colony tell where the various houses were located, how much land was allotted to each household, and other relevant information. Historical research in such documents has been supplemented by archaeological excavation to yield clues which allow plausible reconstruction. Mort's relation. With such full-scale exhibitions, and through a continuing program of research and publication, this non-profit organization attempts to foster better public understanding of the adventure of the Pilgrims, which was first recounted in the American Experience series. Illustration. The American Experience series AA1, the narrative of Colonel Ethan Allen. Revolutionary War experiences of the hero of Fort Ticonderoga. Introduction by Brooke Handel. A. 2 John, Woolman's Journal, and A Plea for the Poor. Introduction by F. B. Tollers. The Spiritual Autobiography of the Great Colonial Quaker. AA3, The Life of Mrs. Mary Jameson, by James E. Seaver. Introduction by Alan W. Trelease. The famous Indian captivity narrative of the White Woman of the Genesee. AA4 Brook Farm, by Lindsay Swift. By Joseph Schiffman. AA54 Voyages to the New World, by Christopher Columbus. America's most unusual experiment in establishing the ideal society during the Transcendentalist 1840 years. Selected letters and documents, translated and edited by R. H. Major. Bilingual text. Introduction by John E. Fagg. Frontier Campaigning by Rogers. A6 Journals of Major Robert Rogers. Rangers during the French and Indian Wars. Introduction by H. H. Peckham. The Heroic Struggles of an Ex-Slave for Her People. A7 Harriet Tubman. The Moses of Her People by Sarah Bradford. Introduction by B. A. Jones. A.A. Recollections of the Jersey Prison Ship by Albert Green. The Andersonville of the Revolutionary War. Introduction by Lawrence H. Leder. A9. Introduction by Charles T. Davis. A New England Girlhood by Lucy Larcom. A classic memoir of life in pre-Civil War America. A. 10 American Communities by William Alfred Hines. Edited with commentary by Wilson Oberclough. Pages from the books read by our Founding Fathers. A11 Intellectual Origins of American National Thought. The 19th Century Utopias Economy, Amana, Shakers, etc. Introduction by H. B. Parks. Second, revised edition. Illustrated. A12 League of the Iroquois by Lewis Henry Morgan. The first scientific account of an Indian tribe by the father of American ethnology. Introduction by William N. Fenton. Introduction by Jules Zanger, a pioneer woman's harrowing story of frontier days. A13 My Captivity Among the Sioux Indians by Fanny Kelly. AA14 Jotos Journal of La Salle's Last Voyage. Introduction by Darrett B. Ruttman. The exploration, 1684-7, that ended in La Salle's murder. A15 The Discovery, Settlement, and Present State of Kentucky by John Filson. The historic post-revolutionary account with Daniel Boone's memoir by W. H. Masterson. A16 Life and Remarkable Adventures of Israel R. Potter. The original story upon which Melville based his novel. Introduction by L. Creedle. A17 Excursions by Henry David Thoreau. A18 Father Henson's story of his own life. The famous first posthumous collection, Walking, the Emerson biography, etc. Introduction by L. Marks. Introduction by Walter Fisher. Autobiography of an escaped Negro slave in pre-Civil War years. AA19 Mort's Relation, a journal of the Pilgrims at Plymouth, the historic contemporary account. Edited with introduction by D. B. Heath. A20 Mutiny on board the whaleship Globe by William Lay and Cyrus M. Hussey, the original 1828 narrative. Introduction by Edward Stackpole. AA21 Shipwreck of the Whaleship Essex by Owen Chase, including Herman Melville's own notes for Moby Dick. Introduction by B. R. McElderry, Jr. One of the most exciting and promising new ventures in the field of paperback publishing is the American Experience series now being brought out. These new and attractive editions of historic and relatively neglected titles fill out in a unique way some of the byways of our country's past. Robert R. Kirsch in the Los Angeles Times. In the text versions only, text in italics is delimited by underscores. Illustration. Back cover transcriber's notes silently corrected a few typos, retained publication information from the printed edition. This e-book is public domain in the country of publication. End of the Project Gutenberg e-book. A journal of the Pilgrims at Plymouth, Mort's relation. A relation or journal of the English plantation settled at Plymouth in New England by certain English adventurers. Both merchants and others. Updated editions will replace the previous one. Old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation and you can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark and may not be used if you charge for an e-book, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this e-book, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this e-book for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg e-books may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with e-books not protected by U.S. copyright law. Start. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. E-terms of the full Project Gutenberg license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/listens. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in your possession. Full license, the full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all 5 general terms of use and redistributing Project Gutenberg electronic works 1a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license. Intellectual Property Trademark Copyright Agreement. 1b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg electronic work, and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in it. Paragraph 188. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg electronic works, even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1c below. See paragraph 1e below, 1c. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg electronic works. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation, or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg name associated with the work. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States, and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the alienated. displaying, or creating work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. 1D. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg license when you share it without charge with others. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing, or creating derivative works based on this work or any other project. Gutenberg work 1E1. 1E, unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. D, or distributed. This e-book is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. The following sentence, with active links to or other immediate access to the full Project Gutenberg license, must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this e-book. 1A2. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this e-book, or online at www or online at www.org.org. 1.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1E1 through 1E7, or obtain any permission for the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1E8 or 1E9. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1E1 through 1E7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1E4, 1E5. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work, or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg. 1E6. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute, or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1 E1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg website, website, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy. 1E7. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg license as specified in paragraph 1E1. Do not charge a fee for access to viewing, displaying, performing, copying, or distributing any Project Gutenberg works unless you comply with paragraph 1E8 or 1E9. 1E8. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works, provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20 of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg works, calculated using the method you already used to calculate your applicable taxes. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing or by email within 30 days of receipt that she does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg works. 1E9. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1F3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy. If a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work, contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1F1F1. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe, and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg collection, codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. Damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate, or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus or computer. 1F2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund, described in paragraph 1F3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty, or breach of contract, except those provided in paragraph 1F3. 1F3. Limited right of replacement or refund. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages, even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any you paid for it, by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you receive the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. 1F4. If a second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1F5. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1F3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1. F6. Section 2. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg electronic works, harmless fraud. M. All liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur: a distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg work, B. Alteration or education or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg work, and C. Any defect you cause. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg. Project Gutenberg is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.org, section 3.we. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg collection will remain freely available for generations to come. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 500c educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's annual federal tax identification number is 64,6,221,1541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Ute 84,000, 116, 801, 596, 1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org. Contact Section 4. Array of equipment, including outdated equipment. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form, accessible by the widest hour. Compliance requirements are not uniform, and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. US laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org. Donate, Section 5. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. General information about Project Gutenberg electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Project Gutenberg ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.